Hello everybody, welcome to the stream today. How y'all doing? It's time to get this list done. The list continues, that's right. That's right, here we are. Look at all these animus we got. Isn't that great? Look at all the anime we did before. I didn't actually have to reconstruct the list. I thought I would have to. But I went on and it just was there. And I was like, oh sweet, it's done, okay. So then I went and had lunch and now we're here. I was worried I would have to skip lunch because I was gonna have to reconstruct the whole fucking list, but I didn't have to. Alright. So, what are we doing? Right, okay, this. Love Tyrant, I think this is called. This is a bad show. It's one I dropped. Oh, by the way, I should say this actually, because I never said it last time. Objectivity doesn't exist, and subjectivity is implied. Alright? Objectivity doesn't exist. It should be obvious that when I say things, I'm talking subjectively, my opinion. So if I say, this show's fucking garbage, I mean I think it's fucking garbage. I just don't like to have to preface everything with, in my opinion, or I think this, yada yada yada. Subjectivity's implied, because objectivity isn't even real. Alright? It doesn't exist. Especially with art. It doesn't exist at all in anything, but especially with art. Like, come on. Let's just be real. Alright? I didn't say it last time, and I don't want someone coming up my ass going, why are you talking like your opinion's objective? Because subjectivity should be implied. It should be obvious. Alright? So I'm just gonna say things, and you can just rub fucking two synapses together and figure out I'm obviously talking about from my perspective. Anyway. Love Tyrant. It's a shit show. I dropped it. It is... I only watched it because... I only started watching it because the premise seemed kind of interesting. It's like this chick has a death note, except it's a love note, and she writes... If she writes two people's names in it, then they fall in love, or whatever. It's weird, but yeah, the comedy in it's really bad, and it's just really, like... It's just bad comedy, you know, it's not funny a lot of the time. It's got a fucking... Actually, I think it might be F-worthy, honestly. It's pretty bad. It's got like, it's just got like, it's like so obviously just trying to have mass appeal. TierList returns, woo, yeah, it's back. Yeah, no, it's trying way too hard to have like mass appeal because it's like, oh look, there's a yandere. Anime fans like yanderes, right? Look at this yandere character we have, and it's like, and she's just the most tried piece of shit, and also she's a yandere for no reason. The writers just wrote a yandere because they wanted a yandere, you know, they didn't construct a character and then give her reasons to be a yandere. And it's just like, it's just a bunch of shit like that, like just a bunch of cliche characters. What are the most popular common characters? Do them at their most basic form without any rhyme or reason, and then do shitty comedy on top of that, with also horrible, absolutely horrible aesthetics. Like, it's just garbage. Here's Lucky Star. Lucky Star's fucking amazing, but I don't know if I want to make it A or S, but it's definitely A or S. I think A. Yeah, A. Lucky Star's great, but A is still, you know, great. Lucky Star's fucking awesome. I first watched Lucky Star when I had not watched many anime. It was like one of the first 50 anime I watched or something. And there's so much that just went Whoop. Right over my head. So much just right over my head. I didn't fucking understand shit. And that's because I was just so new to watching anime. Fast forward to, I think it was earlier last year, so early 2019, no, 2020, sorry. I think it was 2020. Somewhere in 2020, I think. Was it 2019 or 20? I don't know, 2019 or 2020, I rewatched it. And it's so fucking good. Like, I already knew it was good, but like, actually rewatching it more recently, it was fucking better than ever. Because I like... It must have been this year, I think. As in last year, as in 2020. Because, like, I finally got references and stuff, and I know a bit more about Japanese culture, so I got more stuff culturally, I got more stuff in terms of the references to games and anime, and it's a much more enjoyable experience when you actually get everything. It's fucking fantastic. Especially the initial D sequence. That shit's the best. When I first watched it, I was just like, oh, well, this is kind of weird, and it got weirdly CG, alright. But now I get it. The CG's part of the joke, I get it now. And it's fucking hilarious. I was laughing so hard when I watched it, and then after it was over, I remembered finding that sequence so weird originally, and I even asked Toast, I asked you and the Baronade, what the fuck was that sequence? And then you both just laughed about and started talking about how funny it was. And I was just there like, alright, but I don't get it. But I got it this time. Madoka Magica is an A. As I said before, Genrobuchi doesn't disappoint. Madoka Magica is pretty fucking good. The character designs are really nice. The characters in general are really nice. It's a really good show. I think it does a lot of stuff really well. I think the pacing's actually like one of its most incredible aspects that no one ever fucking talks about. People just talk about like, oh my god, and then the twist, and then it's dark, and oh my god, but no one talks about like how that comes at such a perfect time, and then the way that everything happens after that also happens at like a really perfect pace. I think like the show does a lot of really good stuff, but it always does it at such a specific time that it helps pull it off. It's kind of hard to explain without going into a deep dive, which I'm trying to avoid doing, but so many shows, I put them up and then I like start talking about them and I'm like, shit, this could be an entire fucking video essay. Like, there's just so many thoughts I have about so many fucking shows. And then, seriously, if you went into my Google Drive, you'd find a bajillion half-written scripts. You'd also find a bajillion documents that have a title that says what it's meant to be about, and then there's just no text. Because it's like, oh, idea, jot that down so I don't forget it, and then just never write anything for it. Konodiora! Hey, Tubby, 9001. Wow, dude, you were born in the year 9001? What's the future like? This is... Oh boy, this is, Wait, what? What the fuck's going on? This... Okay, Girls Rising Project. Yeah, I think a B will do. Show. TierList, please. Oh god. TierList, please. Okay. God, this is gonna take... This is getting bad, how long it's taken to put these in. God damn it, and there's still so much fucking more. That's the real part about this that's annoying. That's what's really gonna make this take 8 hours. Girls Rising Project is pretty good. It's a deaf game. It's like Madoka Magica. It's funny that it came right after it. It's a Despair Girls show, you know. Madoka, I can despair wider than you, Magica. I believe is the official genre term. No, but some people call it cute girls doing dark things. I like to call it despair girls. I think that's a way better name for this kind of genre. But that's what it is. It's magical girls, but then they have to kill each other because there's only allowed to be one in that prefecture, and instead there's like 20, and so then they have to kill it. No, wait, it's whoever does the least amount of magical girl work, saves the least amount of people, gets removed from the group. And they don't know at first that means you don't just lose your magical girl powers, you get fucking killed. But then they realize that if you kill someone, no one has to get disqualified that week, because someone's already killed. And so then it just becomes a big death game as everyone tries to kill each other. It's pretty good. I mean, it's definitely, like, overly dark and a little edgy, but it has some pretty good characters, it has some neat emotional beats. It has some neat twists, and it's pretty fun to watch, all things considered. Show doesn't give a fuck about pacing. It'll, like, kill no one for an entire episode, and then next episode just, like, kill off 5 people in a fucking minute. It doesn't give a fuck. It just goes, and it's pretty fucking great. It's a wild ride, and there's even a few deaths in there that got me. They got my eyes a little wet. It got me crying, you know. The show knows how to chop onions, if you know what I mean. Also, my bitrate keeps dropping. It's very concerning. No, not bit. I keep dropping frames, rather. Which technically is the bitrate dropping, but ignore that. I've dropped 0.7% of my frames. That's very concerning. It shouldn't be nearly that much. I know I've only been going for 20 minutes, but still, that's scary. Anyway, Nagi no Asakara, this used to, once upon a time, be my favorite anime of all time. Computer can't handle all these tier list tiles. It really can't. It's starting to struggle, because they're all movable, like, entities as well. So it's not just displaying the images. It's like it got them each individually loaded as something that I can also move around, and so it's just freaking out whenever I try to move something. Nagi no Asakara is an A tier. It used to be my favorite anime of all time, but as time has progressed and I've watched more anime, my standards have changed, because I've seen all these. I've seen all these fucking shows. Which are way better. But Nagi no Asakara is really good. It'll always have a special place in my heart for what it once was. I've watched it like 4 times. I own a physical copy. It's good. It's very good. It's just a solid romance. It's one of those, I mentioned this in the last stream, love pentagram, or whatever they call it. Obviously, it's not always exactly a pentagram, but it's one where there's a bunch of different connections between characters, and it's all weird and complex, you know? It's not just like a love triangle, it's like he loves her who loves him who loves her who loves him who loves, oh, yada yada yada, you know? There's a bunch of different shit going around. And, yeah. It's just a really solid, anime, a really solid romance anime, and I also think it has the best time skip in anime history! Because it has a time skip right smack bang in the middle, and it's probably the best time skip ever. It's really fucking good. I love it. That's also something I have a half-written script about. The best time skip in anime, and it's about that the time skip in that show. It's very good. Oh, next we have Index. A certain magical index. I'm willing to give this just a C. It's got a lot of is it? There we go. It's got a lot of noughts trappings in it, like early noughts trappings. Like when you watch it, it's like very obvious, like, oh, this anime came out in the noughts, didn't it? Because it's painfully obvious in just how it's how it's structured, the kind of jokes it tells. Its whole everything. Its just whole identity is very like, oh yeah, there were a lot of anime like this in the noughts. Like, you really feel that when you watch it. It's like the first thing I noted when I watched it. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good as actually not. It's fine. It's fine, is what it is. It's I kind of actually like it more than most people seem to. In the sense that most people like Railgun more, and I find Railgun boring. But Index I don't find as boring. It's alright. It's got problems though. I can understand why people wouldn't like it. Maybe that makes it a guilty pleasure, but I think it's pretty good. Again, not the word I want to use. I'm just being a bit nicer to it than I really feel because I'm trying to justify why I like it more than Railgun. But no, yeah, the characters are enjoyable. It's just a bunch of like it's an insanely huge cast that just is ever expanding, and it's honestly it's out of control. It's out of its fucking mind. It's like every arc will introduce like 5 new characters, and then they're like gonna show up in later arcs too. And it's like, show, you need to calm the fuck down. Just take a moment. Just do an arc without introducing some new characters for once. Can you do that? Chill the fuck out. It's hard to remember where all these people come from. It's like this chick shows up and it's like, oh hey, it's that chick, and I'm like, who? And it's like, don't you remember? She was in one scene from one episode 3 arcs ago, so she's our friend now. And I'm like, what? I don't remember this person. But apparently I'm meant to. It's madness. It's madness. And yeah, that along with its really shitty early 2000s jokes let it down a lot. Index is a fucking pain in the ass. I like Index. I like her enough, but my god, is she a pain in the fucking ass. She's the worst. But yeah, I mean, most of the show's actually pretty cool with the magic and the powers and all that jazz. It's fun, but and I think maybe the lack of magic in Railgun is what makes me disappointed with that. Because here's the thing, Index still has arcs that focus on Mikoto, and it still has moments where the focus is like powers instead of magic, but then it also has the magic stuff and all this church stuff and a much bigger cast, and so I think that's just why I like it more. It's just more than Railgun. Railgun's just like a lesser version of it in like almost every way. I think it has a bit better animation, but that's like it. And Accelerator's just way too fucking much. I hate Accelerator. People like him because they want to be cool, edgy bad boys like he is, but he sucks. It's too much. It's too much. But I respect the voice actor, because the voice actor is accurately able to sound like a teen that thinks he's cooler than he is. That's definitely what Accelerator sounds like. Next we have Nanana's Buried Treasure. I think I have to give this a C. I almost want to give it a B though. No, I'd give it a B. Would I? No, I'll give it a C. It's, yeah, it has its problems. Nana's Buried Treasure is an A1 picture show that is pretty alright. It started out really good and really interesting. There's like a ghost girl in the guy's room, and she has treasures, and they're all hidden in different places, and you find the treasures, and they're like special items that give you abilities. And then the show just kind of keeps going, and I don't know, it's just like treasure hunting stuff for a while. It's like you find these labyrinth places where you gotta solve the problem to get the treasure, and What was it? Right. And that's just like what the show is for a while. It's just like they keep going all these different places and discovering these different treasures that give them these, and like they all either have like special abilities and stuff like that. They kind of, some of them are really neat. And some are just like kind of normal, like I don't know, they wouldn't be that useful except in very specific situations. Anyway, eventually bad guy shows up and he has these boots that let him swim through shadows, and they have a big fight in a labyrinth with him, and then the show ends. And it definitely ran out of steam towards the end. It started out way more interesting than it ended up being, but I personally like it a lot more than most people. I've heard a lot of people say like, oh, I loved it at the start and then I hated it at the end, like it ended up being garbage. And I'm like, I think it was still alright by the end. I kind of liked the final few episodes. I think the middle is actually where it's the most disappointing for me. The middle's definitely just like slow, not much going on, and it's like the end is where like, yeah, now shit's happened. But I can understand why most people don't like it. I mean, I still, obviously I see its problems. It definitely was running out of steam. That's why, I mean, I put it in C. I didn't put it in like B or A or something, you know? It's not exactly fantastic. It's just, it's not bad though. I wouldn't say it's bad. Here we have Magica Record, which is a Madoka Magica mobile game. Buy now. B. It could be so much better. It could be A. It still does the Witch Den stuff really great, and the first episode's fucking awesome. And there's a handful of other episodes that are pretty fucking sick, but overall it mainly is B because it's very just, the pacing's weird. It's kind of all over the place with the pacing, and it also what's the other issue I was gonna say? Oh, well, what was it? It was, I was just thinking it. Right, it doesn't really explain itself well. It like starts and it seems like it's kind of this like, oh, we solve this rumor, and then we solve rumors or whatever. If there's like some rumor going around that like people say if you do this then this happens, and then it turns out it's true because witches are involved, and then they like get rid of them. But it's weird because it's like this chick hates this girl, and then they just solve like one rumor together, and then she's like, alright, let's live together and we're best friends now. And it's like, what? Wait, what happened? Okay, now they're living together, and this other girl's here, and it's like a dorm house thing that they live in this share house, and then every girl they meet after that just comes and lives in the fucking share house. And I'm like, is this just because this is a mobile game tie-over, isn't it? Like, this is just because in the mobile game they all live together in this fucking house. But it doesn't make sense the way they present it in the anime. It just kind of happens really fast, and I'm like, I mean, I guess they wanted to get to the point, but it doesn't. It just kind of happens. It's very strange, and they don't explain it. It's just like they literally don't explain it, as far as I can remember. Like, they're walking around, they end, solve the thing, and they solve the second thing with the fangirl, and then they end, and then the next episode they're just living in a house together. Like, they don't have a moment where they're like plan that that's what they're gonna do. They don't have a moment where they explain that's what they're gonna do. They don't have a moment where we see them moving in. It's just like, oh, now we live together, and you don't even realize that's like what's happening for a bit, because it doesn't make sense that that's what's happening, but that's what's fucking happening. It's really strange. Anyway, Felicia's great though. Hammer Space Lolly, pretty fucking good. She also has a really cool arc. I especially love when, like, she's at school and she beats the shit out of someone, and then the other girls come and get her, and they're like, what the hell? You said you were going to be better now. You're finally going back to school. You said you weren't going to be a delinquent. And then she's like, no, but they were making fun of you, and you guys are my friends, so I beat the shit out of them. And I'm like, oh, that's sweet. She just doesn't know any better. They made fun of her friends that she finally has, so of course she beat the shit out of them. She's not being a delinquent, she's just defending her friends. It's great. I love Felicia. She's a very sweet girl. And then the Shield girl, whose name I can't remember, is also pretty good. She's also got a pretty good arc where she leaves her fucking family and they don't even know that she's gone. She just leaves. She just ditches her family and they don't even fucking know that she's gone because they just care about her that little. Like, she literally walks right up to them and is like, alright, I'm leaving, and then she leaves, and they don't even know that she, like, said anything. They don't even know she left her room. Hojin Guru 2017? 18? Whatever it was. Mahojin Guru is fucking awesome. S tier all the way. I love this show. I've never watched the original, but the remake that, again, I think 17 or 18, fucking fantastic. It's so fucking funny. It's hilarious. Like, just, the comedy's so fucking, like, fast, too. Like, it's not a short. All the episodes are full-length episodes, and it's, like, a 2-course show. But, like, the jokes, it just fucking hits them so fast. It's just, like, bam, bam, bam. Like, it's very fast-paced comedy, and I fucking love it. It's, like, continuously hilarious. Wait, what the fuck is this? What are you doing here? I haven't talked about you yet. Get out of here. A tier? I would never put this in A tier. Get in fucking D tier. No, D tier. D tier. Stay there. Why the fuck were you in A tier? Get out. Mojin Gurgur is great. Yeah, the characters are really great as well. I like the style as well, and but one thing in particular that's really good about it is the big cast. I think you guys are starting to get that I like big casts. I always mention it as a good point whenever it's done. Well, it has to be done well. That's the thing. But usually anime is one of those things that usually gets big casts done well. It's kind of common for there to be big casts in anime. Not common, but like, I don't know. It's not like it's not crazy to see a big cast in anime. Anyway, point is, it handles it really well. And especially like towards the end when they all fucking show back up. I made a whole big, it's on my old account that doesn't exist anymore because I forgot the password. But no, I didn't forget the password. It's just that it wants to security check me with my phone number and it has my old phone number so I can't get in. But on that Twitter account, I had this big old thread when the final episode aired of me, like, just full screenshots of me talking about everything I loved about the final episode. It's a great final episode. It's a great series. The first few episodes are a little slow, but once it picks up the pace, it just keeps going and is great the whole way. And I feel like it's a real diamond in the rough. I feel like it's really underappreciated, underseen. I don't know. I only know of like 2 other people that have said that it's really good, and I just see no one else talk about it ever. But it's really fucking good. It's like one of the best comedies out there. Probably the second best anime comedy I've ever seen. Second because nothing can beat Nichijou, but yeah, whatever. Oh yeah, so I don't know why that was in the list. I think maybe I accidentally placed it in A tier and then I moved it back out of and I put it back in this section, but I guess for some reason, because I'm reloading the web page, it put it back in there because I did accidentally place it there once. So this is Mary and the Witch's Flower. It's a movie that was made by people who worked at Ghibli in the period between Ghibli not making any movies and now, because Miyazaki came out of retirement again. But before that happened, they made this movie, and it's very much in the Ghibli style in terms of animation and aesthetics and all that. But the story's kind of bad. It's not bad. It's just boring. It's very bland. Not much happens. I didn't find myself very engaged or interested. I watched it in theaters with a friend, and we both just came out of it going, that was just kind of meh. I mean, the animation's good, and the style's good, because of course it is. It definitely looks like a Ghibli movie, but just wasn't very interesting, wasn't very engaging. I just kind of left feeling let down, honestly. So it can't just be C, it has to be lower. D. Yeah, that was poopy. Yeah. Real shame. I mean, what did we expect? It's like, yeah, you got all these animators and stuff on it, but you don't have Miyazaki. Like, other Ghibli movies, even other movies that are like listed as Ghibli movies, are mostly pretty bad, except for the Miyazaki ones. Like, it is just Miyazaki. That's all it is. That's all that's made that like elevates those movies to a level that made them so famous. It's him. It's not anyone else. I mean, like, yeah, the animation's good, but it doesn't have anything else to show for it. This is Dragon made Kobayashi made Dragon. This is a C, maybe. No, I'll give it a B. Yeah, nah, B. Yeah, it's really good. Not really good. It's good. It's got its problems. The reason I'm considering even putting it in C is because, like, it's kind of, it's sweet and it's cute in a lot of ways, but it's also got a lot of weird shit in it. And it's just very, very strange at some points. I think the last episode was really good. Was it the last episode? Maybe episode 11. One of the episodes towards the end was really good. I hate the fucking big tit chick and her fucking Shota relationship that's just really fucking strange. It's just, whenever she's on screen, it's a fucking annoyance, is what it is, which draws a lot from it. And also, this show ended up being kind of forgettable, in that, like, it came out, and, like, while it was airing, I remember, you know, when it was airing, everyone was fucking in love with it. This was all anyone could talk about, and everyone was talking about how great it was, and then it stopped airing, and within, like, a month, everyone had just stopped talking about it. No one cared. I rarely see anyone ever bring it up in conversation nowadays. You know how many times... Look at other KyoAni stuff. You know how many times I see people bring up K-On? You know how often I see people bring up Silent Voice? You know how many times I see people bring up Haruhi? Even Haruhi? Nowadays? How many people bring up fucking... like... just all this other stuff? And it's like... everyone just forgot about Maid Dragon after it stopped. No one talks about it anymore, and it's because it lacks substance. Like, yeah, it's enjoyable to watch. It's sweet. But it's nothing special, really. It's just that everyone just kind of got caught up in it and obsessed with it out of the time it was airing. And after that, it just kind of died off. I'm sure there's a handful of die-hard fucking Kobayashi Maid Dragon fans out there that love it and talk about it every day on their fucking... on the fucking Kobayashi forums. But, that's not most people. It's pretty fucking bland and flat in the end of the day. It's sweet and good, which gets it up to B tier, but it's nothing special really. It's just what it is, you know. Maybe I really poorly explained that, but I hope I got my point across. Oh shit! Mars of Destruction. Oh my god. So Mars of Destruction. Holy shit. Mars of Destruction's pretty fucking... Ugh, I don't know what to do with this. Do I do the meme answer or do I do the real answer? Because the real answer is that it's a D, probably. Maybe an E? No, it's not. It's too funny to be an E. Mars of Destruction sucks in a lot of ways. The animation's poor, its explanations for what's going on is poor, it has many instances of bad voice acting, and it's all fucking over the place. Its animation's just so bad. The character designs are not interesting. Look, it's just a shitty OVA made for a fucking PS2 visual novel. It's not really worth talking much about. I have a review of it on my Mao page if you want. I think I gave it. What did I give it actually? Let's find out. What did I give it? I gave it a 6. That would imply that it's like a C or B, but no, it's a D. It's enjoyable in terms that it's fucking retarded and funny. But it's not, nah, that's the thing. It's like, it's just enjoyable, you know? I don't take any enjoyment from good animation or nice looking characters or a well-told story. I take enjoyment from the fact that it's fucking absurd and uses classical music all throughout it because it's royalty free. It's just so strange. Such an odd curiosity Mars of Destruction is, but it gets to be in, it should be lower, but it gets to be in D because of its just fucking absurdity. Mirai Nikki is probably also a D, maybe. Put it in E. It's bad, actually, really bad. Mirai Nikki fucking sucks. It's another like death game with phones, just like Darwin's Game and King's Game, but it gets to be higher than those two because it's a bit better than those two. And it was kind of like the first one that made phone death games a popular thing. It's alright. It starts off pretty interesting. You know, like the guy, everyone with their phones that have their like different abilities about like the phone diaries that tell them things based on how they used to write phone diaries before the game started. And like it's got a lot of interesting stuff like that. The characters are pretty interesting when they start off. This is a yandere that makes sense why she's a yandere, and also she's like the first super popular yandere that made it fucking yanderes popular. One of the first big ones. But yeah, it just started to go to shit after a while. It started to introduce more characters, and its world started to get convoluted, and things started to make less and less sense. And it seemed like it was just trying really hard to be like, whoa, look at this crazy complex plan, bet you didn't see that coming. And it's like, yeah, I didn't, because it's fucking retarded. You can't just do complex shit that makes no sense and be like, aren't we smart and clever? Like, no, that's not, it's dumb. It's dumb is what it is. Just because I didn't see it coming doesn't make it smart. I didn't see it coming because it's like the most retarded thing you could have done at this point in time. Yeah, whatever. Mirai Nikki's bad. Yeah, not super great. Especially like it really is that it just progressively gets worse because the ending is the worst part, and so it's like it's getting badder and badder. I don't want people to think just the end is bad. It is progressively getting worse and worse. It just culminates at the most worst moments, which is the moments at the very end. It's such a mess. It's such a fucking, it's bullshit. It makes no fucking sense. It's just a bunch of nonsense. The show's nonsense, and I can't believe how many people love it. People love it because there's a crazy yandere girl, and it's death, and oh, blood, gore, oh, so edgy. I get it. Fucking, there's a bunch of edgy teens that watch anime, and so they love that shit. This is a, like, one episode, no, this is like maybe 2 or 3 episodes. It's like some OVA spin-off thing. It's like a spin-off from Lucky Star or something. What is it? What is it? It's like, is it this? No. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah. It's Lucky Star, a spin-off that centers around the big, yeah, impoverished daily life. It's just weird. It's this weird, like, oh, it was 10 episodes? How long is each episode? Okay, 5 minutes per episode. That makes more sense. Yeah, it's just this weird little thing. It's pretty forgettable. I honestly don't remember much about it. I just remember that the older sister has to keep getting jobs to get money because she spends all her money on anime. Um, and then one time my girlfriend was telling me that we have to work hard when I live in Japan because we were both into anime, and you gotta work hard to get money to buy anime. Um, and it reminded me of this show. Uh, it's B, it's fine, but it's really forgetful. I honestly don't remember much about it. I watched it like back when I first watched Lucky Star, like shortly after, I think. So I watched it like years ago, maybe like 5 years ago, possibly more, possibly 6 years ago. It was a long ass time ago. Um, yeah, and so I can't say much about it because I don't remember it, but I do remember it being sweet. And you know what? No, if it's forgetful, it should just be in C. It's forgetful, but I do remember enjoying it. I think the problem is I just really don't remember it because it was such a long time ago and it was so short that I just kind of watched it and then it just went into the recesses of my mind and died there, I guess, since I can't recall them now. Mob Psycho 100 is an S tier. I don't think anyone's gonna dispute that. Mob Psycho is fucking awesome. Second season was also fucking awesome. The fight between the teleporter and everyone else is the best fucking shit ever. Mob Psycho's great. I read my review of it. It goes into a lot of detail about why I love the first season, although I disagree with some of the things said in that review. I believe the word you said was forgettable rather than forgetful. Did I say the show was forgetful? I definitely meant forgettable if I said that. Yeah, forgettable. It's a forgettable show. Did I say forgetful? That's weird. I know that word. I don't know why I would say forgetful. Just an accident. Yeah. But yeah, Mob Psycho's fucking great. I feel like I don't even have to explain it. If you've seen Mob Psycho 100, you know why it's great. It's like, I'm pretty sure everyone agrees that show's fucking amazing. Oh boy. My life as a villain is so rastly doomed. An S tier. This show started off so good. It was so promising. It was so good too when it started. Honestly, if it stayed good, it might even be an A tier. It was so good, and I really loved it. The early episodes when they're young and she's like befriending all the guys. So nice, so sweet. I love all those episodes. Some of them made me cry. It's great. And then they become adults and it's still pretty good. There's still, you know, a lot of interactions with these guys. You expand the cast a little. You have the interactions with the girls. I think the way she develops a relationship with who is meant to be the main heroine is really sweet and cute, and I love their friendship, and it's so nice and enjoyable and sweet to watch, and I love it so much. And then the last episode happens, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? I almost dropped this show. I almost dropped it. Think about how much I'm talking about how much I loved it, and then realize I almost dropped it when I had one episode left. That's how much I completely disengaged at the very end. Katarina faints, and then they're like, oh, the evil guy did it, and then she has to go and find him, and there's backstory about how his mom killed someone and then transplanted the soul into him or some shit like that. And so there's two personalities inside of him, and it was like an evil cult ritual, and he has dark magic, and he's like, oh, I'm so evil and sad, and I'm gonna kill you. And then she saves him by being kind. Yay. It got really fucking bullshit. It's I don't know, it was trying to build it up as this action scene, and everything, and then it was just kindness wins, and it was just when it was building it up, I was just like, I don't care. Go back to fun shenanigans and with the pretty boys and their romance, and they all love her, and I don't know, do another silly gag episode. Why is this here? And I almost dropped it. It's that big of a switch. You think it's like, oh, it's one episode, you can push through it. It's and I did eventually push through it, and I finished the fucking show, but I didn't enjoy it. I really almost dropped it because it literally went from I love this show to I don't even want to watch this show. It's such a big fucking flip. And then there's a second season, which I don't even know what they're gonna fucking do for that. Like, it's either gonna keep being fun shenanigans, or it's gonna just go further and further off the fucking rails. Like, she already saved herself. The whole concept of the doom flags and her being evil, like, it's gone. It's completely gone. Because she doesn't act evil, and so she's not a villain at fucking all. And, like, the whole world and everyone who's involved in the story is so completely different now that it's basically just disconnected from its original premise completely. But apparently there's gonna be a second season. The last episode just shouldn't have been that. I know they probably felt like they needed a quote-unquote ending, but I don't know, you could have just ended it on her being happy that she didn't get fucking exiled. And then that could be the end, and that would have made the show like an A tier. But instead they pulled this weird bullshit ending out of their ass, and then apparently they're gonna do a second season. Oh look! It's Snafu, or Gaimru, whatever the fuck it's called. I just call it Snafu, it's easy. It's easy that way. Snafu's a pretty good A tier. I'll give it an A tier. Slap it an A. It's not quite S for me, but it is very enjoyable. Yeah, Snafu's really good. I think the second season is not as good as the first. I really like the style of the first season, the way it's kind of like they just help a bunch of different people out and these little struggles that they all have. And then the second season comes along and it just like fucking turns shit up to 11. The drama just goes fucking super deep, which I'm fine with. I'm fine with the way they play up the drama and the way that the stakes change between the main three. But now there's this third girl, and she just shows up, and the show like treats her like she's a main character, even though I never felt like she earned a main character spot. She's just there. There she is on the fucking stairs. The show treats her like a main character, but I don't remember when she did anything worthy of making her a main character. She just shows up. She's a client, and they spend like the whole season helping out her with her one issue, but it's like now the whole show is just about one issue, and there's just this character that apparently is a fucking main character and a potential love interest now, and she's just there, and it's like, what? I don't like this girl. Get rid of her. Second season let the show down a little, but I really like the first season. And I mean, I still like the second season parts of it. Yubigahama, best girl. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Yubigahama, best girl. Oh, hey, it's the ghost cucking show. Everyone remember the ghost cucking show? It's really fucking boring. I hate it. It has, what a letdown. What a letdown. I don't want to get into it because I spent so much time on that fucking review of it that I did, but my god, it's just such a bad show. It has ghost cucking and they fucked it up. Fucked up ghost cucking. Come on. Basically, this guy likes this older chick, but she has a boyfriend she had a boyfriend who died, and but now he's a ghost. But the thing is, she can't see him as a ghost, but this guy can. This guy that likes her can see him, and so the ghost is bound to the house. And so while he's trying to fucking make moves on this girl's and get with her, the fucking ex-boyfriend is a ghost in the house, and he's like getting in his way, causing visual disturbances, fucking, like, able to talk to him so this guy can hear everything the ex-boyfriend's saying. And it's so it's good shit. It's fucking hilarious. It's funny to watch. It's, like, very unique. This just guy trying to get with this girl, but this ghost keeps getting in the way. And then it just goes, oh, and then the ghost inhabits his body and he goes to a fucking book world where nothing fucking happens or means anything. And we learn his backstory, and the show just, like, stays boring in that way for, like, half of it or something, maybe more. And then it just ends. And it's just like, whew. It started out so good and it got bad. I'm talking, man, this stream I'm talking about a lot of shows that started out good and got bad. New game. New game. Whoops. Wait, did that put that? Okay, I think that put that in A tier. I was gonna... Yeah, it's in A tier. Yeah, A tier works. I didn't mean to do that, but A tier does make more sense, I think. It's more of a 9, not really a 10 out of 10. New game's really good. The second season was able to make me cry. I think the characters are all really super cute and adorable. They're all a lot of fun. All the little Yuri baiting they do is super fucking adorable. Nene and Umiko, is that her name? The two, Nene and the other programming chick, they're both fucking great. I love them. They're so cute and adorable. They're gay lesbian babies, and if you tell me they're not, you're a goddamn fucking liar. Yeah, new game's great. It's just a lot of cute stuff, and it's also surprisingly accurate to how video games are made, in at least when it, you know, is about that and not about girls being cute. Who was it? Caniper Effect, I think it was. Yeah, Caniper Effect interviewed someone who works at a video game studio in Japan, and he asked him how accurate the show was to the video game industry in Japan, and he said very. He said the only thing that wasn't accurate was that it was a bunch of girls working at it was nothing but girls working at the company. He's like, yeah, all those cute girls, that's the only unrealistic part. But, you know, that's anime for you. It's really fucking good. I love it. I'm very sad that so far there's been no third season announcement. I mean, maybe they've caught up to the manga a bit too much, I don't know. But it's really funny, really cute, really sweet. It's great. If you like cute girl shows, it's one of the better ones. Ooh, next we got NHK. That's a big ol' S tier. NHK is the show I've rewatched the most in all my life. I've watched it, I think, 6 times. I think. It's a lot. Let's check. Okay, 4 rewatches, so all up that's 5 times that I've watched it. I've watched the entire show of NHK 5 fucking times. It's a lot. It's a very good show. This is another show that I watched early on when I was getting into anime, and it had a kind of a Gurren Lagann problem a bit, which is that because I was new to watching media, I didn't get some of it. Like, I didn't get it in a way. And so it took me a while to kind of get into it. But then once I did get into it, I really liked it. But then I rewatched it, and then I liked it even more. And then I rewatched it many, many more times, and it's good every time. It has a really good soundtrack. It's got great characters. Voice acting's really good. Even in the English dub, I've watched the English dub. Voice acting's also great there. It's great in both versions, Japanese and English. I haven't watched any of the other dubs. Maybe I should. Maybe I'll watch it in fucking German or something, just for a different fucking experience. I don't know. Does it even have a German dub? Maybe. Let's find out. Boop. It's got Japanese, English, Italian, and Korean. That's weird. Usually Germany gets dubs before countries like fucking Italia and Korea do. Yeah, but it's good. Really good show. I love all the characters and like all the like arc-focused characters that like just come in to be a focus for that arc, and then maybe they make a few appearances in other episodes. The main trio cast is really good. It's just a bunch of really good characters. All surrounded by this fucking delusional, horrible, shitty man who who's just trying to do something with his life. But he's absolutely fucking deranged. Suicide Island's the best arc. Nichijou, S tier. Not much to really say about why Nichijou's an S tier, except it's a really good comedy. I could get into all the different gags and why it's really good, and how the expanded cast is really good, and all of their little gags and gimmicks never get old. But you know, it's like, it's whatever. It's like, it's a great comedy. What do you want me to say? You want me to fucking explain and ruin the jokes? No, it's great comedy. Go fucking watch Nichijou, I swear to fucking Christ. It's good. It's good. Fucking watch Nichijou, you pieces of shit. Here's Nisekoi. B. Or, yeah, B. It's not bad enough to be a C. Nisekoi is interesting. Why did my little brother just call me and then hang up after 1 sec? He called me and I didn't even get a chance to answer before he... Was it just an accident? Hopefully it was just an accident. And he doesn't need anything. Weird, alright. He's not sending a message, so I guess it was an accident. Raymood, whoa. Why'd you say whoa? Was it because of... Wait. What made you say no? What made you say whoa? Are you upset with my low Nisekoi placement? What? I don't understand. It's not even that low. It's B. Raymu, fucking explain yourself right now. Alright, I'm just gonna keep going, but you fucking tell me why you said that. Or I'll ban you. Nisekoi is weird. It starts off pretty good, but it definitely loses itself pretty fast. I feel like the show, the manga and the show was the story was never meant to go on for as long as it has. The fact that they eventually like introduced this third girl, and he like also made a promise with her for some fucking reason, it's just absurd. And like the way they keep just dangling this idea of this locket, and it's like, oh, but whose key really opens the locket? Why does it matter? Like, I don't think it matters at this point. I don't care if you made a promise with someone. Just pick the girl you fucking like. And he refuses to do that. He just keeps going like, oh, but I'd feel bad if I said no to any of them, so I guess I'll let the locket decide. But oh, the key broke, and so the locket doesn't work. And the keysmith guy's like, oh, it's gonna be really hard to get it out. And then he gets the locket back. And he's like, oh, but I'm not gonna let any of you open it. You called us fucking assholes or something earlier? I don't know, I was in the... Oh yeah, I called you assholes. I said watch Nichijou, assholes. It's fine. You're fine because you've watched Nichijou, so don't worry about it. It's not a problem. Hang on, give me a sec. I feel like I'm about to die of no breathing. I'm back. I'm fine. I'm alive. I'm able to breathe again. I can see clearly now the rain is gone. And then streamer dies of no breathing. Rip. What a mad lad. Talked himself unconscious. I don't think that was the problem, but we should be fine now. It's just really hot, and I was wearing a shirt that's a bit tighter than I'm used to. So now I'm not wearing a shirt. No game, no life. I watched this earlier. Look, when I say this year, just know that I'm talking about 2020, alright? I don't want to have to keep saying last year, because then people might think I'm talking about 2019. I'm just going to say this year, and this year means 2020, because I haven't finished any anime in 2021 yet anyway. So I watched it earlier this year, and that means 2020. For the first time, and then I also watched the movie. Shirt too small, boobs too big. I wish, but unfortunately that wasn't the issue. The shirt perfectly fits me, honestly. It's just a little more tighter than I'm used to. I don't know. Most people wear shirts tighter than I'm used to. I like a really loose. I like shirts that have a bit more breathing room. Just a bit more loose. I like wear shirts where you can't really tell the shape of my body by looking at them, you know? You can't tell how fat I am because they're just loose. Anyway, right, no game, no life. I'm willing to give this a C. The movie's pretty good. The movie honestly could be an A on its own, but it paired with the series kind of lets it down here. You know what? All right, the series is a bit better, and the movie's A, so sure, we'll give it B. Movie's good. The series is alright. I definitely like all the style it's got going on, all the colors and everything. Sometimes it's a bit much, but overall I mostly like it. The games can be interesting, but I feel like the way they win is usually kind of bullshit. It's not like they just figured out how to win the game by being like smart or clever. It's just kind of like bullshit. Like, I don't know, there's no real other way to explain it. They just kind of bullshit it, and they get to win for it. The three main characters are enjoyable. I really like Stephanie. You know, the classic the re she does is fucking great. And yeah, the two main characters are pretty fun. What is it? Sora and Shiro, I think are their names. They're pretty fun and enjoyable to watch. I like that the show isn't actually too incestuous with them. They do kiss once, but it's like so they can breathe or something. They're like in space. It's a whole thing. Like, don't worry about it. The point is, it usually doesn't really go incestuous with them. It usually just goes that they're siblings who really care about each other and need each other because they're fucking antisocial messes that can't survive without each other. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, the show's pretty fun. There's nothing in it that I super dislike. The birthplace of Matsuoka Kayano Triple S tier. Oh, is it really? I didn't even notice. Oh yeah, look at that. Well, that makes sense. But then you can watch the movie. Doesn't it have the same voice actors? It does. You can watch the movie and they actually get married. These two characters, because it's the same voice actors. They actually get married in the movie. Because it's different characters, just same voice actors. There you go. Heck yeah. You know, I mean, it's a fun watch, but I just think it's a little bit too bullshit the way they win the games often. Um, Stephanie best girl, but also Jabrel's pretty good. Oh hey, yeah, it's not Yuri bitches. Yambasa. Nonoburi is an A tier. I fucking love it. Nonoburi is great. Repeats also great. I'm really hyped for the third season, which is... Wait, when is the third season? Is it this season? No. When is it? Is it this season? It is this season, isn't it? It's the season that's about to begin. Yeah, non-stop. Son of a bitch. As in, like 9 days. No. Wait. 8 days. I can count. Matsuoka slowly warming up to Kayano over the length of the radio show was pure pogga juice. Oh, man. I've heard you talk about... I think I've heard you talk about that before. I don't know. You've talked about a lot of things in relation to Matsuoka, so... But, yeah, Nonoburi is pretty great. It's, again, you know, it's cute girls, and they just go around this town doing cute things, and they're a bunch of fucking country bumpkins, so they're dumbasses, basically. It's very cute, it's very funny. Obviously, it's spawned many memes, many, Nonoburi is the face of many memes. Alright. Next is, oh fucking hell, this is NTR Trap. Yeah, D, I think. It's not great. This music's so distracting. Holy fuck. God damn it. No, NTR Trap. God damn it, I can't fucking... Shut up, I know. I thought I could do this, but I can't. It's way too distracting. I thought I could do it. I thought I could talk with it on, but oh my god, no. That was a bad idea. Okay. NTR. NTR Trap or whatever it's fucking called. It's an NTR show. What do you want from me? The girl steals the guy's girlfriend and they become lesbians. Lesbian from straight NTR. Oh boy. It's not very good. It's pretty bland. I think the episodes are shorter than normal length, so it's a short. Yeah, it's just really slow and not that interesting. I feel like the whole appeal of it is like, if you're into NTR or if you like girls kissing, then here you go, because there's not really much of a actual romance going on. There's not much, just not really an emotional core. There's no real character arcs or development. It's just this girl likes this other girl, and so they kiss sometimes, and the other guy doesn't know that his girlfriend's getting stolen. But sometimes he walks in on them kissing, and they're like, "Oh well, we're girls, so it's fine." It's not great. It's definitely made for a specific audience, which isn't me, so you know that makes sense that I'm not super into it. But yeah, I don't know if you like NTR. There you go. No Peta. This is just a C. It's fine. Almost a D, honestly. it has cute aspects. I also really like the backgrounds. And there's some good episodes in there, but I feel like the ending was just trying way too fucking hard to be like, ooh, look, it's a twist. Ooh, you didn't see that coming. Except I did predict it, and I did see it coming. I'm pretty sure everyone predicted it. I remember everyone saying that's what was gonna happen because it was obvious. That's what was gonna fucking happen. She's in a coma. Okay, that was obvious the moment you, like, talked about the time she got run over by a car. Or rather you said your sister got hit by a car or something. It's like, okay, obviously that was you and now you're in a coma. Whatever. It was obvious. But then there's also, like, just a bunch of unexplained things. Like, at one point, another girl shows up, and they become friends. And then, like, even when the girl is, like, leaving, you can see that, like, all the background characters are still, like, the weird, nondescript characters. And they, like, glitch out, but she doesn't glitch. So she's also, like, actually there, probably. But then they never explain it. She's just like, alright. She just existed for one episode. Which also means she gets to be in the OP for some reason. This is Nyanko Days. It's D, just because it's really flat and boring. It's not really worth much. It's fine. It's not like it's offensive or anything. It's a short. It's another short. But yeah, it's just there are these little cat girls who are, like, really tiny, and they just walk around and do shenanigans, and that's the show. Not much else to say there. One Room, let's fucking go. One Room is... Oh, do I want to make it A tier? I want it to be S tier. No, B, but I do want to say I do think it's really underrated. It's very underrated. A lot of people disregard One Room, but it's so good, guys. You don't actually get it. You just don't get it. You're not watching it right. No. It has really good directing. It's got really, like, high quality animation. The characters are pretty good. And, man, I really can't get over how good the animation and directing is. That's what I always fall back on when I try to explain to people why One Room's so good. Because it's a short. So it's like, each episode's only a handful of minutes. I think it's like 5 or 6 minutes per episode. But it's so good. It's like just a nice little piece of art that you get that's just really well made. Animation's good. Voice acting's good. The arc is usually pretty good. Some of them are bad. The first season only has, like, one good one, but the second season has 2 good ones, and I've only seen the first one of the 3rd season. I haven't finished the 3rd season yet, but the first arc of that had a really good emotional core, like, really good. So yeah, like, the emotions there, the characters mostly great. The only one I really dislike is the main fucking chick, who's in all 3 seasons. Fuck her, she's a piece of shit. I don't know why she gets to be the main one. I hate her. She's so bad. God damn it. She's the only letdown in the entire series. If it had been some other good girl that was replaced her, like, fucking give the Takahashi Ray chick. Give her the fucking main girl spot. She's the best one. She's like, also there's, like, a bunch of, like, little tidbits the show throws out that make me think there's actually more going on. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm not gonna get into my whole big One Room theory that I have, but I have big One Room theory about it. It's pretty fucking out there, though, and also season 3 maybe destroyed the possibility of one of them being true, but the other one still could be true. All right. There's a lot of, like, it's because it doesn't, honestly, there's nothing really going on. It's just that One Room doesn't really take its time to explain its world much. And so when a girl says something that's a little cryptic, you can take it in certain interesting ways. And so I have some wild theories, but basically my one theory is that the Takahashi Ray girl maybe a time traveler, or it's set in the past, but there are still smartphones. Don't question it. It's just, look, there's like hints that it's like during or after wartime. I don't know. She's like a teenager, but there's implications that she's been around for World War II Japan, so who knows what's going on with that. It's probably nothing, but you can take it that way. Renowned unknown room conspiracy theorist Eira. Dude, I'll take that title. I will wear that crown, bear that cross with honor. The cross I have to bear is that I can't stop thinking about random one-room lines that make me think bullshit. I'm telling you, she could be from the past, or she's from the future, but also just jumping around time traveling. Or the spa, the bathhouse that she works out is somehow time traveling, or people from different times can come to the bathhouse. That's also a possibility. The point is, she seems to imply knowing people or being present during World War II Japan. Somehow. And so it's just really interesting. I don't know, there's this deep emotional scene where she talks about it, and it's like weird. Because there's also smartphones, so it's like, well, something's up. Something's not the same as our world, because we didn't have smartphones in World War II. This is Landlord Owakoma. Oh, I can't remember her fucking name. This chick's a landlord. It's D. It's a very bland comedy. It has some good jokes. I think the first few episodes are funnier than the later episodes. It's just a little... It's just not much. That's kind of the thing with all three of these shorts here that I keep putting in D. It's just they don't have much to them. Meanwhile, one room gets to be a fucking B. Make me have conspiracy theories about your show, then I'll put you in B. Or, you know, just have fucking amazing directing like that show does. Yeah, this one I only watched because the main chick's voiced by Yurika Kubo. Same reason I watched that. Maybe I shouldn't watch shows simply because they have the voice actor I like. But no, it's fine. It's just not much. It's really short, and it's only like 12 episodes that are all super short, so it's not really like it wasted much of my time by watching it. It just kind of happened. And yeah, there was some funny jokes in there, but mostly it's just unfunny jokes, and also the characters have to talk way too fast because they're trying to cram a lot into the short episode spans, which can work for comedy. I know in Take You they usually talk pretty fast, and that's a fucking hilarious show. But yeah, here when it's also not funny, it just seems like a bunch of people talking really fast at each other, and it makes it awkward. Orange, I really liked Orange when it first came out. I wrote a I wrote a review for it. What did I actually give it? I remember I was way too nice to it. Where is it? There's my one room review where I gave it a 6. I would give it way more now. If I were to redo that, I would give Mob Psycho way more than 8 now, as well as I've redid it. I'd probably give that less than a 7. I'd probably give that a 9. Yeah, I gave it a 7. Good God. That's way too generous. A lot of my reviews are way too generous, I'm noticing. Orange is not great. It's fine. I think it has some really nice moments. The voice acting's good. Kana Hanazawa did a really good job on the main chick. I know Kana Hanazawa usually does a good job, but I feel like in Orange particular, she did a gooder job than normal. It's got some good characters in it. Well, most of the cast actually is quite enjoyable. It just gets a little frustrating towards the end. It's got a nice shoujo style to it, but it's like near the end it just gets frustrating with how back and forth everyone is on everything. And then there's also like a whole time travel element thing where they go to the Bermuda Triangle in order to put letters in a black hole to send them back in time. Don't ask me. That's what the show says. They're like, oh, we need to... If only we could tell our past selves what to do. And then they're like, well, if we had a black hole, we could. And then one of them's like, the Bermuda Triangle. And that's all the explanation we get. Apparently they just go to the Bermuda Triangle. They can get close to a black hole for some reason. They put some letters in it, and the letters go back in time. And apparently they just get to the exact point in time they need to be in. And also get to the people they need to get to, even though you put your fucking... You put them in a black hole in Bermuda Triangle. Why would they go to Japan? I don't... It's so dumb. I just don't explain it. Why do you need to explain the time travel? Just don't explain it. No one would have questioned it if you didn't explain it. They just would have been like, okay, they figured out a way to do it. We don't need a bad explanation in sci-fi stuff like that is way worse than no explanation. Obviously, like, seeing something cool and getting a good explanation is good, but I'd just take no explanation over bad explanation. Those are the layers. Good explanation, no explanation, and bad. Bad explanation's the worst spot, so don't fucking do it unless you got a really good explanation. Otherwise, just leave it. People will come up with something cooler in their head than what you can come up with, probably. People will just think it just works. Here's Overlord. It's a C as well. It's just pretty, generic. Overlord's... I don't know why so many people like Overlord, man. It's pretty lifeless, honestly. It just... The animation's not the best. I think that most of the characters are very bland and uninteresting. I've only watched the first season, but in that first season, nothing fucking happens. Also, everyone who reviews it has a is very misunderstanding the show. Anytime I see people talk about it, they're like, "Oh, you watch the bad guy. The protagonist is the bad guy," and I'm like, "No, he's not. He's not really. He doesn't do any bad guy things. He's pretending to be the bad guy to the people in his castle, but that's it. He's not actually the bad guy." But everyone who reviews it is like, talks about it like it's a revolutionary because you follow the bad guy. And I'm like, no, you follow a good guy who's pretending to be a bad guy to a few people, but to everyone else he pretends to be a good guy. Literally the first thing he fucking does is save a village. Sorry, he's not a bad guy. He's not an anti-hero. He just pretends to be a bad guy to the few people around him because they think he's bad. And so he has to explain why he's doing good things to them. He's not actually a bad guy. He's just pretending to be one to a few people. That's it. Like, okay. Is that the whole interest? Because it's pretty boring. Like, they love him, so they pretty much believe anything he says. He's just like, oh, there's a reason for it. And they go, oh, okay, I guess there's a reason for it. What was that castle punctuation? What, did I say castle? Castle. Castle? How would I even say that differently? What did I say? Or are you saying castle is wrong? Casserole. Fine, you worry about your casserole. Can I eat your pancreas? Is alright. Maybe a C. Maybe a C is more fitting for it. It's pretty good. I'd say it's a high C. Maybe like a 6 out of 10. No, would it be a 7? Maybe. Or maybe 7s can also be in C. I don't fucking... Look, it's a C tier. Whatever, C tier works for it. I pronounce more similar to castle? Castle. Castle. Oh, right. Yeah, some people do say castle. Which might honestly be more right. Castle. Yeah, I have heard that pronunciation. I say castle, but I'm pretty sure both pronunciations are acceptable. Although I'm sure one, you know, acceptable. I'm sure there's one that's right. Let's find out.
Castle.
Alright, you're right, but I'm still gonna call it castle. Because I don't think it's that big of a deal. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I've definitely heard people say like castle before. But I also know I'm not the only one that calls it castle, so I think both are fine. But yeah, that doesn't surprise me that castle's actually right. Actually, what was I talking about? Was I still talking about something? What did I just put on? Right, Pancreas. Yeah, it's pretty good. I saw it in cinemas when it was in cinemas in Australia. It's a little weird at some points. And the emotional core isn't the strongest, but it's fairly good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Funnily enough, I actually saw it with my mum in cinemas, and wait, music? Oh, did it just finish? It did just finish. No, they don't. It's about wanting to eat it. She has pancreatic cancer, so it's about like getting rid of it. It's a whole weird. It's a Japanese thing. Don't worry about it. Makes more sense in Japan. It's like, I don't know, some cultural story that they have about like eating a person's It's a whole thing. Clickbait title. It's not a clickbait title. It's based off like a story or some like belief that like ancient Japan had. It's a whole thing. I have the Japanese book. Yeah, no, I like it enough. It's just a little weird, and I don't think the emotional core is as strong as it could be. It's like a lot of these new age light novels. Is it? I didn't get that impression from the movie, but I'll take your word for it. But yeah, I thought it was alright. But yeah, no, I saw it with my mom in theaters, and afterwards she was like, I was surprised by how real the people felt, and I was like, oh right, because she's, you know, Westerner, got that perspective that cartoons are for kids, and so then she sees this movie that like has like emotions and characters that feel like real people, and she's like, oh, I didn't realize that anime was like not just for kids. I mean, there's a bunch of anime made for kids, but there's also a bunch of anime that's just got a lot more going on. Even when it is made for kids, honestly, a lot of anime still has a lot going on, and there's just a lot more. I don't know how the word for it. It's just it's a lot more. I don't know. Has more respect for its audience. I don't know. With title girl dies somewhere along the line. Yeah, she does. Except she doesn't die of the cancer. She gets fucking stabbed. Spoilers. She gets stabbed. But the movie makes it really obvious because they keep showing that there's a murderer on the news broadcast. And so I knew she was going to get murdered, like, pretty early on. I'm like, they keep showing that. They keep talking about this murderer on the news. She's totally going to get stabbed by that murderer. And then she did. Panama Inverted. I think I'll also give this a C. Panama Inverted's pretty good. It's a fun watch. The villain's not great, but the concept is just so interesting. I don't think it needed the twist at the end, but I mean, it's not like the twist at the end is a problem. I think it actually does make it. It makes some aspects of the story more interesting, and it makes others a little less interesting. But it's also just kind of needed for them some plot point in the middle of the movie to happen anyway. But yeah, Panama Inverted's really good. It's really interesting. The concept's like just super cool. Panama Inverted is I think maybe the first anime I bought on DVD. I think it is. Because I had just gotten into anime, and I haven't bought any anime yet. And a friend, someone who was a friend at the time, recommended it. And then I saw it in Minotaur. I was at Minotaur in the city, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, hey, it's that. And then I was like, yeah, why not? It's like, it was like $25 or something. So I was like, yeah, why not? I bought it. And then I went and watched it. And it was pretty good. Pretty good watch. Since then, I've rewatched it, I think, like once or twice. It's a fun film. It's just got a lot of really interesting concepts, and so watching it's like really fun. It does a lot of cool stuff with its concepts, and I enjoy it. It's good. It just, I don't know, it's nothing special. It doesn't stand out as much as it should, honestly, despite its cool concept. I don't know, maybe I just haven't seen it in a long time. Maybe it's worthy of a B, but I haven't seen it in a long time. This is Pikmin, right? Yeah, Pikmin 2, Perplexing Pool. I love this fucking song. Here we have the Purse Owner 5. I don't own a purse, so I cannot relate. This isn't actually Persona 5 the animation. This is just the, like, one episode of OVA or something they released first. And then, like, later, they made the Persona 5 anime. It's fine. C is probably where it belongs. It's short and literally has nothing going on, but it does have really good animation. The animation's way better than in the series. I know that a lot of people complained about the animation in the series. This, because it's just a single OVA they put out first, it's actually pretty well animated. But yeah, nothing really happens. You know what? Make it a D. It doesn't matter if it's got great animation. Nothing happens. It's just a little OVA thing. I'm sure if you're a fan of the game, it's great. But like, I never played the game, so I really have no attachment to these characters, nor do I care what they're doing. It's mainly a fan service vehicle. Oh shit! Myriad Colors Phantom World. C. I don't think this is as bad as everyone said. Wait, where did it go? No, don't go in D. C. I don't think this is as bad as everyone says it is. A lot of people really, really dislike it. And they're like, oh, KyoAni, why? KyoAni finally made something bad. No. KyoAni saves anime except for that one time they made Myriad Colors Phantom World. Ooh. But I don't think it's that bad. It's not like it, you know, calm down. Seriously, people that fucking talk about this. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. The fan service can be a little too much at some points. But mostly I don't think it's even that bad or that intrusive, really. People are prone to overreacting with that kind of stuff. The characters are fun. I like most of them. Most of the girls are actually pretty interesting. I think the ending's a bunch of fucking bullshit, though. It just gets weird towards the end. It, like, I don't know, destroys its whole concept so that it can have this, like, twist ending. Not the best. Ooh, next we got the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney anime. This might also be a C, honestly. It's not really worth watching. That's the main problem. If you're never gonna play the games, sure, I guess you can watch it, and maybe you'll get something out of it. But as someone who's played the games, there's no fucking reason to watch it. Like, I get it. It's based off a visual novel, almost, game. There's a lot of text, so of course it's gonna cut a lot of the text, and it's just gonna be like, an animated version, but I don't know, they could have tried to do something with it to make it more interesting. It's really just like the game, but animated, and not as funny, not as good, not as... It's just, yeah, I don't know, it's just a lesser version of the game. You'd be better off just playing the game. I know playing the games takes longer, but the games are really fucking good. Go play the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney games. They're S tier for games. Anime is not great. Oh, hell yeah. Scorching Hot Ping Pong Girls. Let's fucking go. This is an A tier for me. Scorching Hot Ping Pong Girls. Oh. Scorching Hot Ping Pong Girls is fucking great. I love this show so much. It's just, it's so good. It's so well done. I don't know why it's... I don't know. I don't even fully understand why I love it so much. I just do. Girls play ping pong, and they get scorching hot, and then their clothes become see-through because of all the sweat. That's the show. But then also they do the typical, you know, tournament arcs. There's... Oh my god. I just love this show so much, and there's so many inside jokes I have with it, with a friend, because I would watch the episode, and then later that day, I would go to uni, and I'd meet up with my friend, and I'd be like, hey, new episode came out, let's watch it together, and then we'd watch it together, and so there's like a million like inside jokes me and him have, that me and him have for that show, and maybe that's, I don't know, maybe that's part of the enjoyment, but I also just really love it. I think it's really good. The characters are mostly fun girls. The enemy team that they fight in the tournament arc is super fun. It actually has a really great final episode. I fucking love Scorching Out Ping Pong Girls. It's so good. It's never gonna get another season because most people didn't fucking like it at all. And yeah, the animation wasn't the best at times. It's probably never gonna get another adaptation. And I don't even think the manga's got an English translation. So like, I don't know if I'll ever get more Ping Pong Girls content, but I fucking loved it. I think it's I think it's fantastic. Personally. Go watch Scorching Hot Ping Pong Girls. Or don't, because you'll probably dislike it. Here's Pocorosso, probably the worst Miyazaki movie. It's a C tier. It's still not bad, but it's just really average. I didn't enjoy it much. It had a few good gags, a few good comedy moments, but overall I just found it kind of boring. Well, that'll happen eventually. Toast. That's the idea. I'm actually gonna check. Yeah, it's got a 7.09 rating. Oh, God. But look, it has... Where is she? Where is she? Where is she? It's got Takeo Ayumi, who's barely done anything, but she's one of the main characters in New Game. And then she's this girl with heterochromia, who's a Chunibyo in Ping Pong Girls. And that's all she's done, but she's on my top 10 people on Mal. She's in my favorites for people. Simply because of those two roles. Yeah, this is great, but look at these reviews. Hey, that person gave it this person gave it a 3. They're not happy. Most people don't like this show, and yeah, there's no manga that I see here, so it probably doesn't have an English translation. But it's so good. Ugh, I'm sad. Yeah, once I learn Japanese and I'm living in Japan, I'll hopefully check it out. If I remember to. Was I just talking about one? Yes, I was. What did I just place? Right, Pocorosso. Yeah, it's fine. It's just kind of bland and flat. And most of the movie, I was bored. Most of the time I spent watching the movie, I was just kind of bored. I had two friends with me, so yeah, we just kind of talked while the movie happened. And really didn't grab any of our interest. Um, yeah, it's whatever. We're about to hit quite a few Ghibli movies in this row. Pokemon, I broke up into 3 sections because Mal does that. The whole one per series, but not one per franchise rule. Being strained a little here, but this is Kanto to Johto, but then they do the name change to Advanced, so this is Advanced, and then they do the name change to DPP, well, DP, and then it becomes DPP. So that's this section, and yeah, I haven't watched Black and White, so that's not here, which is best wishes. DPP, my friends, is a hard A tier for sure. I feel like Sinnoh was where the anime peaked. It's really, really good in Sinnoh. There's just a lot of good stuff that goes on. Dawn's a great character. Dawn and Ash, like, they have a very similar personality, but that personality is a good personality when it's bouncing off itself. So they're both really great together. Pole is a great rival. I mean, everyone talks about how iconic the fight between Ash and Pole at the end is. And it is, not just because it's like one of the longest fights ever in Pokemon, but also because of how just well built up it was, and it has a really good emotional core to it. And also, like, yeah, Infernape activating Blaze at the end is such a big deal because Chimchar was originally Pole's Pokemon, and he abandons it, and then Ash takes it, and then it evolves and grows with Ash, and Chimchar, which is then Infernape, and that battle is basically a battle of ideals about, like, Ash's way of training and Pole's way of training, and the fact that this Pokemon that once belonged to Pole and couldn't get good with Pole, but then became amazing with Ash, like, him being the one to end it just makes so much sense, because it's like, yeah, it shows that Ash's way of doing it and training Pokemon is the way to go, Pole is wrong, and so he loses. It's fucking great. The whole Chimchar Ash Pole thing is like one of the best emotional arcs, character arcs stuff that Pokemon's ever fucking done. It's great. All the rivals are great. Like, even the ones that aren't Pole, the smaller ones are great. A lot of even Dawn's rivals are really good. All the contest stuff that Dawn does is usually super interesting. The and all of, like, Ash's gym stuff is also really well done. Honestly, the whole arc is just, the whole Diamond and Pearl stuff is just great. Team Galactic is fucking awesome, and, like, every time that they have a big encounter with Team Galactic, it lasts, like, multiple episodes, and it's super interesting. Because then also Looker gets involved in those, and then Team Rocket's also there, and then, like, Hunter J also becomes a part of it. And so then you get these huge, like, multi-episode mini-arcs where it's like, you know, the main crew facing off against Team Galactic, but then Team Rocket's also there, who's not on either of their side. And sometimes they work with Looker, or sometimes Looker's independent, or he's with the main cast. And he's just there to stop Team Galactic, and then eventually Hunter J is also there as a bad guy, and she's really cool, and so then they have all these battles with, you know, all the Team Galactic people, and then this, and then sometimes it's Team Rocket that versus the Team Galactic, like, Adamans and stuff, and there's just so many, like, cool, unique matchups and battles that happen with all of that. I just, look, I can't get over how good fucking Sinnoh was for Pokemon as a whole, because the games are also the best. Platinum's the best Pokemon game, Sinnoh's the best Pokemon anime. The only thing that isn't the best is the manga, because, I mean, the Sinnoh manga's not bad, but the other arcs are a lot better. Oh, Baronade coming in with the PogChamp. Alright, oh shit, okay. calm down, webpage. Oh, what do I want to do with advanced? Advanced is... maybe just C? I'd say it's C, but it's like close to a B. I almost put it in B. C because Pokemon Advanced is like where it started to get good. Like, it's definitely like everything that's like good in like Diamond and Pearl, you can see like the inklings, the seedlings of it here in Advanced, which makes sense because Advanced came first. It was like definitely where like they were trying out this formula of breaking away from what they had done in Kanto and Johto, and they didn't quite nail it, but then with Diamond and Pearl they nailed it. And so it's definitely got plenty of good elements, but they're just not good enough. It's like a very basic forms of them. Contests aren't nearly as interesting as they end up being in Diamond and Pearl. Oh right, that reminds me of another cool thing I wanted to mention about Diamond and Pearl. There's so much cool anime-only stuff they do in it. It's not just the Pokemon's battle, but there's a lot of like using the Pokemon's, the fact that they're real animals that can do stuff outside of just their battles, like in the game, or the stuff that you can, like, the fact that you can take advantage of the field in certain ways. Like, in the battle with Paul specifically, like, at one point Drapion's, like, you know, got Weasel by the neck, and Ash tells Weasel to just inflate the fucking float that he has around his neck. So he does, and he's able to, like, get out of the grab that way. Or at one point he has Infernape dig, and then use Overheat while underground to burn away the toxic spikes. And, like, just cool stuff like that. Or, what's it called? It's called, like, something guard? I can't remember what it's called. Like, there's, like, a move that, like, Ash makes, which is, like, a type of guard. And then Paul ends up copying it. And so Paul has, like, his Gastrodon use it. Ash has Pikachu use it. I think Dawn uses it in some contests as well. And also, Dawn invents the whole thing of, like, eating a move. And so she has, like, Mamoswine eats his, like, Ice Beam, and then he gets, like, all these ice spikes coming out his back, and Ash has Grottle eat Energy Beam at one point, which, like, powers him up and has the bushes on his back, like, start glowing green and shit. It's fucking sick. It's, like, all this extra stuff. And then Dawn also does, like, these move combinations where she, like, has Quilava start using, a Flame Wheel, and then has Mamoswine freeze it, and so now it's this big ice that has fire in the middle, and it, like, looks so pretty and shit. None of that cool shit happens in the fucking contests in Advanced. Advanced just kinda is there. Like, so yeah, the contests aren't as cool. There's not as much unique stuff going on. The gym battles are a lot more bland. Hoenn as a region is also just more bland, which is just kind of unfortunate for the series. It couldn't do... I don't know. It's kind of bland. Some of the stuff with Magma and Aqua's alright, but it's not the best. The stuff with Team Galactic's a lot more engaging. And so, yeah, also Max is a piece of shit. I hate that he's there, so... All this talk just reminds me of Catapult Turtle shenanigans in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. Oh, don't worry. We'll get to Yu-Gi-Oh! Where is it? There he is. Yugs! Fucking Catapult Turtle shenanigans. But yeah, like, in Pokemon, it's like, it's shit that they can do, because it's not, like, a game bound by rules. But it's just, and it's cool to see in an anime. Whereas in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's just like, what? Because Yu-Gi-Oh! It is just a game still, so... It's not, you know, animals fighting. But yeah, Advance is just basically a lesser Diamond Pearl. And then we got, you know, the original Kanto Johto. It's good, but I think I still want to chuck it in C, because it has a lot of problems still. Misty is great. I know people like Misty, but fuck, I'm sorry, but your nostalgia is lying to you. May and Dawn are both better than Misty. I'm sorry, they just are. Misty can be better than Iris. Yeah, no, pretty much every girl except Iris is better than Misty. I hate to break it to you. Um, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Pokemon that he gets throughout are pretty good. Chikorita's really good in particular, and then it eventually becomes Bayleaf. And I think that, I don't know, the original Pokemon is just missing a lot of stuff. It's very like episodic. It's very like just trying to drag it out for super long, and it doesn't know how to do that. Like, the latest series really got that, like, how to make an engaging episodic episode, how to keep people interested, how to, like, have the overall plot still move at a good pace. They didn't know how to do that at all in the fucking original, and so there's instances like between the 5th and 6th gyms in Johto, I think, is like the longest gap between gyms there ever is, and it was hard. When I watched it, it was hard to make it through that, because it's just like so many episodes of nothing happening, and it's just like, come on, I'm not, like, please just get back to doing something that's relevant to the fucking main plot. Get back to something that's like an interesting battle or something. And the Jasmine stuff at the 6th gym did end up being good, but it still was just like, they really didn't get it. This is like, you know, this is just, it's Pokemon. This is like starting to make it good, and then Diamond and Pearl is like perfecting it. It really was just gradual improvement time. Origins is... Origins? Can I grab you, please? Do I have you? I don't know if I have you. Okay, I have it. Origins is probably a B. It's very well animated. It has that going for it. The animation's really stellar. But the main problem with it is just that it's really short. Like, 4 episodes to tell the entire story just means they're cutting out so much, and so it makes it feel way too fast. It just doesn't, it's not paced right at all. The episodes and the stuff they show in the episodes is good, but then you get just such big gaps cut out because it's just a 4-episode special. And so, while the episodes we do see are good, it's not enough to make it worthy, because it's telling such a big story in such a condensed space. Like, maybe if it had double the episode count, I think 8, it could have done some. It could have paced 8 episodes enough that it didn't feel rushed. I think 8 would work a lot better, but yeah, Origins is good. I also think it did a lot for, like, helping people understand how the games work. Because there was always this criticism in the games of, like, oh, what if you live in one of the towns with the big gyms? How do you know what order you're meant to do the gyms in? But then in Origins, which doesn't take place in the anime world, it takes place in the game world, they're like, oh, like, Brock asks, how many badges do you have? And when you say 0, he, like, goes over to his 0 team, and he's like, alright, I'm gonna use these 2 because you have 0 badges. And it's like, yeah, okay, the gym leaders have different teams that they use based on how many badges you have. Pompoko, F. Pompoko is really fucking boring. If Toast is still, if Baronade is still here, he can vouch for me. Pompoko sucks, right? What a boring fucking shit that was. Yeah, that's just a really boring movie. For some reason, people love it. I saw one review where some guy was saying the guy who directed it is better than Miyazaki, and this movie proves it. What? It's super boring. There's, like, a few sequences that are funny or good, but then they drag out for way too long. Like, the show just doesn't know when to stop. It's just a bunch of long, boring scenes, and the main story is so uninteresting, and it's just a whole lot of crap. It has none of the fucking Ghibli magic. It's just boring, long, drawn-out crap, like this tier list is. So yeah, it fucking sucks. F tier. Next we got Ponyo. Ponyo's another A tier. So far, Lapida's the only Ghibli in S, but there will be one more Ghibli in S. Ponyo and Kiki are both really good. I don't know which one I would give to third place and which one I'd give fourth, because they're pretty much even for me. Ponyo is a really good movie. I watched it, I think, kind of recently, maybe a year or two ago. I rewatched it. Did I rewatch it? No, I rewatched it earlier this year, not this year, 2020. I watched it in 2020 at some point. And yeah, it's still great. Ponyo is a really good movie. It's a lot of fun. It's really cute. It doesn't get too dramatic or too high over its stakes. Kind of like Kiki, and like it's just, yeah, they're fun, nice, enjoyable movies. I really like it. Ponyo's great. I think Ponyo's the only Ghibli movie that I really care about that I still don't have on DVD. I guess maybe I care about... Actually, yeah, I guess I could get Howl's Moving Castle as well. Alright, Howl's Moving Castle and Ponyo I need to get on DVD then. But, all the others that I care about I have pretty much. And by all the others, I mean Kiki, Lapida, and the other one that I will put in S tier. So here's Pop Team Epic. I have to give Pop Team Epic a C because it's really dependent on you getting the joke. And I know I said I like Lucky Star a lot because I get the jokes, but I still liked Lucky Star a lot even when I didn't get the jokes, so... Pop Team Epic, like, if you don't get the joke, it's nothing. There are some bad episodes of Pop Team Epic, and I have to respect it for all the different kinds of, like, animation styles and stuff it does. It's really cool in that way. You know, it's not afraid to go live action and do something really cool and interesting, but... that still doesn't change the fact that there are some entire episodes where I watched the entire episode and then I'm just like, oh, I didn't laugh or even enjoy this really at all. It's just a bad episode for me because I don't get it. And so I think they needed to maybe do a bit more to make it enjoyable for people who aren't getting the joke. I mean, I know it's like just short, quick jokes. That's the whole thing. But they could have, I don't know, done something to make it a little more appealing when you don't get it. But when you do get the joke, it's, like, funny on a very extreme level, and so that's probably why they didn't add anything else, because they, as the creators, get it, and when you get it, it's really funny. Like, it's not just baseless references, it's really funny stuff when you get it, which does help it, but I think in the end, I just have to put it in C, because I can't really forgive how dependent it is on all that, and I also can't really recommend it to anyone because I don't know how much of it they're gonna enjoy or not, you know. So in my mind, Pop Team Epic just feels like a C tier. I've started dropping frames again. Not many. It's just like 1 or 2 frames I drop every now and again, but it's still concerning me. Whatever. I don't know why this stream is being so inconsistent. I don't know what I did different. God damn it. So much left. Well, I was wrong. 2 hours was not enough to get it done. It's been 2 hours, and I think we've probably got another 2 hours left. Prince of Tennis! Prince of Tennis is really good. I really like Prince of Tennis. I think it's A tier worthy. Prince of Tennis is a lot of fun. It is just one of the great sports anime, you know? Definitely one of the biggest, at least. I don't know. I guess Haikyuu's more big because Haikyuu has a lot of people that are, like, not into anime that watch it. But, like, look, Prince of Tennis is a fucking classic, alright? And it's great. I love it. I love Prince of Tennis. It's really long, though. But yeah, really enjoyable. It's got a great cast of characters. It's got, like, all the other teams have interesting characters. Imagine thinking you could finish it in 2 hours at your pace. Yeah, true. It was a pipe dream. I thought 2 would be enough. I should have known it wouldn't. But 2 more from now, I think maybe. But yeah, Prince of Tennis is great. The characters are really good. All the characters from the other teams are really good. I think that's probably its best aspect, is the characters. They're just all really good. Seeing their unique playstyles and then also their unique personalities, both on and off the court, is really interesting. Watching not just the main cast, but also the characters from the other teams, like, evolve over time, especially when there's, like, the big training camp that they're all at. It's really good stuff, and I think there's a lot of good character arcs in there, a lot of good, you know, the whole big tournaments that they're, like, the matches they constantly have are really good. Some of the filler episodes are a bit bland, but there's also a lot of good, really good filler episodes in there too. What game is this from? Donkey Kong, really? Okay, for some reason I thought it was from Chrono Cross. Don't worry about it. Prince of Tennis, yeah, it's great. It really is all, like, the characters and the tennis matches are just great, and seeing all the fucking super moves they pull out is pretty fucking great. The Dash Hadoku is the best one. Dash Hadoku. Princess Kaguya. It's one of the few Ghibli movies not directed by Miyazaki that's actually pretty alright. Probably a B, yeah. It's pretty alright. I think the art style is mostly good. Sometimes it lets it down a little bit, the way they animated it, but for the most part, it's good, and it makes sense for a story about Princess Kaguya. The ending is, I mean, it's sad, but, like, it's accurate to the story of Princess Kaguya. And yeah, I mean, it's just the reason that I probably enjoyed it is because, you know, the director didn't make the story. The director just did Princess Kaguya, and obviously Princess Kaguya is a good story. It's, you know, it's popular and stood the test of time for a reason. It's like, I don't know, stories like that, like, exist and continue throughout culture for a reason. And it's usually because they're pretty good, and Princess Kaguya is pretty good, and obviously very well known. And yeah, I don't know, I mean, they just tell the story of Princess Kaguya accurately and well, and the animation's pretty cool, and it just does the emotional beats well. It's just a good movie. I don't know, I don't want to compliment it too much on the story because it stole it, but it's a good story, so it works. It gets a B for me. Princess Mononoke. Sorry, but also a B. I know a lot of people like Princess Mononoke. I know that Baronade has it as his favorite Ghibli movie, but it's a B for me because I just didn't enjoy it nearly as much as a lot of the other Ghibli movies. Yeah, I know this is one of the most... Oh, you like it too, Ray? Sorry. I'm not saying it's bad. B is still good. It's just not, you know, great. It's really well animated. The story is fairly good. I like a lot of the characters. The animation's really lively. It almost reminds me of the way Kiki was done, but just not quite as good as the animation in that. It's fine. I disagree with a ton of other stuff in your list anyway. I mean, obviously, like, it's such a personal thing. Of course you're gonna disagree with a bunch of stuff. Do you disagree with Lane and S? At least we can agree on Lane and S. Probably. I assume so. But yeah, Princess Mononoke is good. It's just, I don't know, a lot of it I feel like is a bit slow. I feel like it drags. I feel like the emotional core isn't really that strong, and a lot of the characters, I just don't really care about them, and so it's interesting. It's hard to keep engaged with it. Yeah, we probably agree on that. Pog. I feel like my S tier is pretty solid, but you don't like cute girls, so you disregard K-On! Without even having seen it. So, you know. Just Reimu things. Princess Tutu! Princess Tutu. No, not School Days. Get away, School Days. I'll come back to you later. Fucking School Days. Princess Tutu's an S tier. 100%. Princess Tutu is really good. Voice acting's fucking stellar. Again, in both the English and Japanese. Watched K-On! A long time ago. Yeah, and you refused to judge it fairly because you don't like cute girls. I don't think it's bad. Fair enough. Did you think that when you watched it, or did you change your mind when Digibro said it wasn't bad? But no, I'm just fucking with you. But yeah, Princess Tutu is fucking great. I think, I don't know, just the story it tells is really interesting. The characters are all really great. Once it gets past, like, what's her name? Rue, was it? Once she, like, accepts her, like, Raven identity and becomes a bad guy, that's when the show gets really fucking interesting. And then I feel like the second half isn't as good as the first half, but the first half is just so good, and the second half does still have enough good aspects that it's definitely an S tier all the way. I mean, I watched season 1 and 2, so I had to like it a bit. Fair. Have you watched it? I guess you probably haven't watched the movie. Not like it matters. So wait, you don't think it was bad? So what, would you put it in B? But it's a masterpiece. This is the greatest anime ever made, Ray. You need to see the light. You need to see that my subjective opinion is the truth. I don't know, tier lists are weird. Fair. I gave it a 6 or something. Well then, for me, I'd probably, that'd be a C or B, depending on why you gave it a 6. Which is pretty good. Wait, 6 is pretty good for you? Okay, well, pretty good is C, is definitely B, but, I wouldn't call C a pretty good. I'd call C a fine, slightly above average. I don't think I'd start calling it good. Above average, yeah, alright. Well, yeah, that'd probably be a C or B, depending on, like, why you say it's around there. Because, like, there are some things in C I consider above average, but they're just not enough to get a B. But, like, there are some things in B that I would just give a 6, but, you know, they're good enough to be in B. It's whatever. Tier lists are weird. You can't exactly strap numbers to them. Although, pretty much everything in S, you can almost guarantee I'd give a 10. S tier is only for the real good boys. Yeah. I really like the way Princess Tutu tells its story. It's super interesting, like the commentary that it has on story and art, and it's something that I can't stop thinking about. Princess Tutu, like, just injected this idea into my mind, and now I can never stop thinking about it. I've written, like, fictional stories about it. I've done plays about it. I've just talked about it with people. Like, just the way it talks and thinks about stories has completely changed the way I look at stories and the way I consume art. Like, it's really made me think about stories and how they're created and how they exist and how I consume them in such a different way. And I thank it for that, because it's definitely made me, I don't know, I think it's made me better at watching art, which is kind of a weird thing to even say, but I don't know. Princess Tutu is great, and I've rewatched it, I think, twice. It's very good. It's a very good show. Just all the characters, once they fall into their roles, are great. Like, once Fakir becomes a knight. But then he also becomes a writer, which is just so cool. I fucking love Fakir, dude. He's, like, one of the best characters ever. Oh, man. I just can't get over it. It's such a good show. It's such a good fucking show. Watch Princess Tutu. It's really good. Easily the best magical girl show ever fucking made. I love it so much. It's so good. It's so good. It's so good. I think I watched the movie too at some point. Oh, interesting. Oh, next is Premiere. Holy shit. Wait, why did you do this? What? Did it, like, crash? Wait, does it have everything? Okay, it has Princess Tutu. I think we're alright. I think we're alright. Princess Tutu's there. Where's Premiere? Did it go back into this void? I don't think so. Where's... there it is. It got put in F. I didn't want... no, it's not F. Premiere's pretty good. Probably an A tier, honestly. I wouldn't give it an S tier, but it's a really fucking good movie. Definitely up there. Trigger really knocked it out with this. TierList, please stop rearranging yourself and just sort it out. Sort it out. Calm down. Alright, has the tier list sorted itself? I think it has. Is the stream okay? The stream is okay. Alright. Good. Premiere. Yeah, Premiere. It's great. I think the characters are really fun. The music is, like, probably one of the best aspects. The animation is really good. They did a really good job of it. It looks, like, awesome. Did you make your own template for this? How long that? Of course I made my own template for this. It's every anime just I have watched. You really think someone out there went and made a template that had every anime I've watched and no extras or less? Like, of course I had to make it. How long did it take? Not long at all. Maybe it took long in 2019. You can't import your list. What I did was I went to make, like, okay, so it took longer to make in 2019 when I did it the first time, because I had to go through my list, and I just went through my list, and anytime I saw something that I considered a new series, or a new, like, yeah, that I considered a new series and thus worthy of being its own separate entry, I would open it in a new tab, and then I did it at, like, I think maybe 50 at a time. I went, like, 50 at a time, and then once I had 50, I'd go through all the tabs, and I'd save the main image that they had on Mal, and then I would put it in a folder. Let me get that. What's that folder called? Yeah, just called Anime Tier List, and so it has all the pictures in it. It wasn't that bad, but yeah, it took time. I enjoy doing it, though. I like looking at all the pictures anyway, so I didn't mind too much. And you get into a rhythm eventually anyway. So I did that, and then I would... Also, it wasn't actually once I had 50 tabs open, it was just once I hit another point of 50 in the list. And so I did that, like, in the middle of 2019 when I first made my tier list. And then once I got to the end of 2019, I just went to my Mal list. And I just go, like... because I decided I would do it every year at the end of the year. And then I just hit organize by finish date. And then I just go from when I last made the list and, like, worked up and got everything that counted. Obviously, if it was a sequel to something already in the list, you know, I don't have to save it. And then I saved them all, and then I did it. So it doesn't take nearly as long after that first one, because I just saved everything I watched in the later half of 2019. And then this time, all I had to do was grab everything that was counted as a new entry that I watched, that I finished in 2020, and I just added those in. And so it doesn't take that long after the first one, because I kept them all. I kept that folder, the anime tier list folder, like I keep that folder, because obviously I want to keep all the images, but I don't want them to be in the way, so I just have them off in their own folder, and then I can just go, like, I can just make the tier list S to F, and then say, you know, import pictures, and then I can just select everything in that folder, and they can all just go in. Yeah, and so each year, you know, I just have to grab everything I watched that year that counts as a new entry, save them into the folder. Everything else is already saved, so it doesn't take it, you know, I don't have to redo it every year. And then I just chuck the whole folder in, and I got it. That's how we end up here. And each year, it's just gonna get longer, guys. It's just gonna take longer each time. Eventually, I'm gonna have to do a 24-hour stream in, like, I don't know, 2030 or some shit for this. Well, if this took 7 years to get this long, but this year was also the most anime I watched in a year. Yeah, I don't know. 2030? Probably it'll be pretty fucking long. If I'm still doing it by then. I mean, I probably will be, because I'm insane. Assuming the world hasn't ended by that point, that is, of course. That's also a possibility, but we'll see. Or, you know, I guess I could also die, or, like, become homeless or something. Those are also possibilities. But assuming I'm still a middle-class citizen by 2030 and the world isn't destroyed, I will definitely still be watching anime. And definitely still making this fucking tier list every year that will just get longer and eventually kill me. Psycho Pass, unfortunately, I have to give Psycho Pass a B. The first season of Psycho Pass, possibly S tier, definitely an A tier, but the second season, maybe an E tier for the second season. It's not good, guys. Second season's really not good, but I guess that happens when you have the scenario writer split between the movie and the second season, and then you have the director on the second season, and you have the main scriptwriter or something. You also take him over to the movie and don't have him work on the second season. Oh, and then while you're at it, just have all the animation be done by a B-team studio that is under you instead of having the main team do it. It's almost like, of course it was going to be fucking bad. But, I don't know, I guess they just didn't expect people to still care about Psycho Pass by the time the movie came out. So they had the movie and the second season being made at the same time so that they could keep having content coming out. But you took everyone who made the first season good and put them on the movie. And I watched the movie. And the movie was good. But that second season was so bad. And so then just nothing happened because you had a bad second season for like years until eventually the third season came out, which I haven't even seen yet, so who knows if that's good. I'll have to watch it at some point. It has Gen Urobuchi back, so maybe it is good. But yeah, Psycho Pass has to sit around B because it just has this fucking stain on it that is the second season. And I hate when shows do this, because when they do this, if you ever want to talk about the show or recommend it to someone, you have to insist on the fact that this other part of it doesn't count. Like, oh, Psycho Pass is good, but not the second season. Like, there's so many shows like that where it's like, hey, this thing's good, but, you know, don't worry about these parts of it, or don't watch this season or that season, and don't care about it. It's not important, it doesn't actually matter. And it's like, why? Why do you make us have to do this? It's like, I definitely still want to recommend the first season to people, but then they're probably gonna want to go watch the second season. It's fucking crap. But then, you know, the movie's good, and although you can watch the movie without watching the second season, so I recommend the first season and the movie to people. They're both very good. I mean, would you say the same with the Fate shit? Look, Fate's a mess, alright? Fate, you already got a bunch of crap to deal with. Like, Look, when someone asks you about Fate, you don't go, hey, you should watch Fate. You go, okay, so, first you're gonna watch this one, then you're gonna watch this one, then you go watch this one. But, if you're in a situation where you can't watch that one or don't want to watch that one, then the order changes. And so instead you watch this one, and then this one, with this one. And then once you've seen all of those, you can watch all the rest in any order. But, some of them need to be before others, and... And that's not me insisting that some seasons don't exist. That's just me having to explain the fucking watch order to people because it's all over the place. And also, as the series has gone on, Ufotable has decided to explain less and less because they're like, if you're watching this, you already know it all. But that means new people coming in have to figure out what the watch order is. I think it's okay to judge some anime independently. I mean, what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, you think it's okay for someone who's never seen any Fate to watch the Fate movie and then give it a score? And complain about... I mean, yeah, it's a fair point that it doesn't fucking explain the rules because it assumes everyone that watches it is a fan and already knows the rules and how everything works. But I think if you want to enjoy the media you consume, just watch it in the right fucking order. David Productions' Fate Stay Night is underrated? Oof. That's a rough opinion. I haven't seen it, so no comment, but I've heard nothing but bad things. If you like it, that's great, but I actually haven't seen it, so I'm not actually gonna shoot down your opinion. But, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it because I watch anime legally, and so when I first started watching Fate, I asked my friend the watch order, and he said to do Fate Stay Night first, the original, and then he's like, it's bad, but just push through it and get to the good stuff. And I was like, I can't watch it, it's not on any legal sites. It is now, it's been added to Anime Lab, and I just haven't gone back to watch it at any point. But, and then he was like, oh, well, you can't watch Zero first, but Zero would be second, so I guess watch Unlimited Blade Works. You might misunderstand some stuff, but you gotta watch one of the Stay Nights before you watch Zero. So he's like, watch Unlimited Blade Works, then watch Zero, and then you'll be good to watch the movies. Because this is back when the movies were the first movie was just about to come out. And so I did that. I watched Unlimited Blade Works and then Zero, and then I went and saw the movie in cinemas, the first one. All in a 24-hour time span, by the way. I fucking binged Unlimited Blade Works and Zero, like, all in one night. And I got no sleep, and I drank, like, 4 Red Bulls, and then I went and watched the movie in cinemas at the Australian premiere. Where I got to see Rin's voice actor and the director of the entire Fate franchise. And he was like, how do you guys have the mobile game when it's not out in English? And then everyone laughed because they just downloaded the Japanese mobile version of the mobile game. But he did think it was interesting that so many people were playing it in just Japanese. But, yeah. I don't know. Once you've seen Unlimited Blade Works and Zero, you can pretty much watch them in any order, because you'll understand, like, everything after that. Doesn't really matter. The only next thing that probably has to be prefaced is the Grand Order stuff will probably need to be watched in a certain order, since they're doing multiple singularities now. But, outside of that, you can pretty much watch all the spin-offs in whatever order you want. They're not really connected. Pupa is garbage. Really got nothing to say about it. It's just boring garbage. Nothing interesting happens. Radiance is boring garbage as well. It has some redeemable aspects, so it gets to go in E instead of F. The animation is at least decent, but holy shit is Radiant bad. It's so boring and nothing fucking happens. I watched Radiant because, like, Radiant Season 2 was gonna come out, and I'm like, hey, I guess I'll watch it. I've heard a few good things about this. And then I was watching it, and I'm like, alright, this seems like it'll be an interesting story. And then they just decide to do nothing. Like, his whole quest is to go to the, like, the egg nest or whatever. But then they're like, he gets to this town, and they're just like, oh, so that's your goal. And he goes, yeah, but I'm just gonna fuck around in this town for the rest of my life instead. And I'll keep saying it's my goal to do that, but for some reason I won't leave this town and go pursue that goal. I'll just stay here. It's like, okay. Alright. Here's a question. Why, you fucking retard? Wait, I'm not allowed to say that on Twitch anymore. Fuck you. Fuck this show. I hate it. Anyway, Railgun. I've only seen the first 2 seasons. I actually haven't even finished the second season. I've watched, like, a little over half of the second season. So the third season isn't being included here in this judgment because I haven't seen it yet. And I haven't finished the second season. But I'm gonna put it in C. You can definitely still say... you can't. Did you not see the recent rules they added? You can't say the S word, S-I-M-P. You can't say the R word. And you can't say some other fucking word. I can't remember what the other one was. There was one other word they said you weren't allowed to say. But there were 3 new words they said they don't want anyone saying. Oh, right, it was a word that... yeah, it was virgin. You're not allowed to say virgin anymore. Yeah, you can't say virgin for some reason, even though that's just a classification of what a person is. Like, yeah, the other 2 are insults, but, like, virgin actually means something. What if someone just says, I am a virgin? Does that mean they get banned off Twitch? A virgin's not allowed on Twitch? What, you're gonna ban 90% of Twitch users? Everyone still says retard though, and they didn't ban. Yeah, I'm sure I won't get banned because I have free viewers, but I'm mainly just making a joke. I don't actually care. I don't actually think there's any chance of me being banned. I'm too small time. It's the people in the middle that get fucked. If you make Twitch a load of money, they won't ban you no matter what you do. And if you're so small they don't even notice you, then they won't ban you either. It's only if you're in the middle, and then they'll ban you over even the smallest accident. Like, you could accidentally break the rules, or someone else could break the rules while on your stream, and you'll get banned. But then people at the top will accidentally break the rule themselves, and then they won't get banned, and then all their fans will defend it, because they're like, well, of course they won't get banned, it was an accident. And it's like, what about all those people that got banned because of the accident? Twitch clearly doesn't care about context, they just care, hey, that user makes us a lot of money. Let's forgive them for this accident this time. Anyone else? No, they don't get forgiveness. Fuck them. It's bullshit. Don't talk about Twitch TOS, please. LMAO, I'm getting triggered. No, I'm sorry. I already did my whole rant. Twitch does a lot of dumb shit. Like when that guy got mugged, and so they banned him off Twitch because he got mugged on stream, which means he's showing a crime on stream. Even though it was him getting mugged, so clearly it's an accident and not his fault at all. And then, fucking big titty streamer can actually full-on show her tit, including the nipple, and multiple clips can be grabbed of it and shared on other websites, so it's not gone. There's a clip of her showing her fucking nipple on Twitch, and then Twitch don't ban her, because, oh, it was an accident. It was an accident. She makes us a fuck ton of money, so we won't ban her for breaking TOS. But anyone else who does it by accident, you're gone, because you don't make us a buttload of money. Okay, thank you. I'm very sorry. Sorry, Raymood. I didn't see it in time. And now I've already gone too far, so I had to get that last bit out. Railgun's boring. A lot of people really like Railgun, probably because they think Makoto Masaka's hot. But if you want to see the hot characters in Railgun, they're also in Index, and Index actually has more going on. Yeah, Railgun's really boring. It's either the same thing happening over and over again, or it's battles between people with espers that aren't even interesting. The powers in Index are a lot more interesting usually. Or they're just sitting around talking, and it's so fucking boring. I don't know why, but season 2 pays so much attention to this chick who's like not even a main character, who just exists, and they make a big deal of this, like, oh, it's so emotional, she has to move out of Uehara's house and go to someone else's house. That's sad. And it's like, I don't know this chick. I don't care about this chick. I don't know why you're giving so much attention to this chick. She's just a character that showed up for like 2 episodes, and now she shows up for like a 3rd episode, and you're acting like it's the biggest, saddest thing that she's moving to a different apartment. Like, huh? Railgun's boring. I don't know why everyone talks about it like it's the fucking greatest thing since sliced bread. Definitely not worth an 8. It's like worth a 5 or 4 at best. It's boring. It's good enough that I watched the 2nd season, but it's still pretty boring a lot of the time. Here's ReZero. I haven't watched the first half of the 2nd season because I don't like watching those half-season things that shows do. So if they do that, I always wait until they release the 2nd half. And then once the 2nd half is done, I just binge it, because I'm not going to deal with that whole, oh, here's half a season, and then, like, a few seasons later, we'll give you the other half. ReZero is probably a C, yeah, a C. More on the higher end of C, like it'd probably be closer to a B. Like closer to B than D for sure, but it's still a C. Fair, yeah. ReZero is just kind of boring a lot of the time. I also just hate Subaru. He's a piece of shit. I also just find, I don't know, Subaru's annoying. There's some good stuff that happens in ReZero, but a lot of it's just kind of annoying. There's a lot of telling us things happened that we already noticed. Like, the show has a problem of showing you something instead of telling you, which is, like, good, and it's like, okay, yeah, you showed me it, you, like, reinforced it. I, as an audience member, 100% understand this now, and then the show will go out of its way to tell me it and explain it fully, just for the few fucking retards watching in the audience that didn't get it, just for the few fucking piece of shit teenagers that love this show. They didn't get it because they're retarded, so the show explains it to them, and then they go, oh my god, I never would have thought of that as the writer. Oh my god, the author's amazing. How did he think up such a complex plan? Oh my god. And it's like, just because you didn't notice it before, it's not that crazy. It's not meant to be a reveal. It's just reinforcing it because you retards didn't get it. It's very slow paced show. It takes way too long for anything to fucking happen, because Subaru is a dumbass and takes way too long to notice things or to come up with a plan. And then again, everything has to be re-explained multiple times. It's just a slow show. It really needs... I hope Season 2 picks up the pace, because my god, is it just... Season 1 was the slowest shit ever. Yeah, it's fine, it's enjoyable enough. I will watch Season 2. You know, it has, like, it's good enough that I'll keep watching it, but it's not great, to be perfectly honest. It's not nearly as good as everyone seems to think it is, at least, that's for sure. But yeah. Re-fucking zero, man. Amelia is the best girl. Fuck you all. MMO Junkie, no, I enjoyed Season 1 enough. Like I said, I enjoyed it enough to watch Season 2. I didn't put it in fucking D or E tier, like... It's good enough, it's just not great. Or, well, it's not even good, really. It's just, it's average. I enjoyed it enough to watch the second season. I just don't think it's as good as everyone says it is. It's not even worthy of B tier, really, but MMO Junkie... Probably also C tier, honestly. I'm putting a lot in C tier this stuff. MMO Junkie, I glorified Mabinogi fanfic. Is it? Is it? I didn't... If you say so. I don't know what that is, so... But yeah, MMO Junkie's alright. It's pretty good. The director's a Nazi, and the original creator got no compensation for it because she disappeared from the internet and also put it up on a website where it means the website owns it instead of her. So, yeah, the production is... Mabinogi is an old... Oh, right, yes, I have heard of that, actually. Old Nixon MMO. Interesting. Alright, well, I've never played it, but I have heard of that before. Now that you mention it. But, yeah, MMO Junkie's fine. It's pretty enjoyable. It's got some interesting stuff to it. I just feel like a lot of the time it can be a little flat. And also the production bullshit surrounding it has kind of tainted my opinion of it. Because now when I think of the show, I do think of all that extra bullshit. People say like, oh, don't judge a show because the fans are bad. Or don't judge yada yada because the creator's bad. But here's the thing. I'm not saying the show's worse. Well, here's the thing. Objectivity doesn't exist. So when I think of the show, I think of that extra bullshit. And if that makes me feel depressed, then that means the show is making me feel depressed, alright? And if you watch a show and you see a reference that annoys you because you see fans make it all the fucking time and they've tainted your view of the show, you're allowed to be angry about that. Don't let people tell you that you shouldn't judge a show off its shitty fan base or its shitty creators. If it makes you feel, if you enjoy the thing less because of them, then that's fine, alright? Objectivity doesn't exist. When I think of MMO Junkie and the first thing I think is, oh yeah, the director's a Nazi, that's a problem, and that's something the show can't escape now, alright? Yes, the show probably should be a B tier. If I had made this before, I remember, before I found all that out, but now that I know, I can't escape it. It can't escape it. That's where the MS2 song composition system came from. Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. I think you said, like, Mabinogi, like, has the creative stuff that MS2 had. When I was trying to think of, like, a MMO to play. You said, like, that had the, like, creative things from MS2, like, started there or something. Lol, hot take. Look, I get that that's a hot take, but, like, just, it's real. Objectivity doesn't exist, so you can't separate that stuff in your mind. Like, you can say ignore it, and like, sure, I could rewatch MMO Junkie and enjoy it, but it doesn't change the facts that when someone says to me, what do you think of MMO Junkie? My first thing is, oh, the director's a Nazi. And then I'll probably go, yeah, it's alright. It's a good show, I guess. But what's gonna come to my mind first is all the extra bullshit. So don't tell me that thought process is invalid, and don't fucking tell me, oh, I have to just disregard that and like the show more than, like, I'm sorry, but I get that horrible feeling of thinking about a fucking Nazi when I look at it, I have to deal with that shit every time I think about it, and the show has to deal with having that baggage. Just fuck off. Don't tell me I have to disregard all my fucking feelings because you want me to rate it higher or some bullshit. It's like with JoJo fans. Like, I'm sorry, when I see JoJo fans make the same reference all the fucking time, and it's annoying me because I'm hearing the same shit all the time, and then I watch the show and see that reference, sorry if my response is, oh, I had to listen to the reference again, that fucking annoys me, instead of thinking, hey, that's a cool moment, I'm gonna go reference it a billion times now. No, it does affect the view. If you don't want people to think negatively of a show for having a shitty fan base, just don't be a shitty fan. It's simple. Do your part instead of trying to convince everyone that they're not allowed to think logically just because you want more people to like your thing. I entirely disagree, but okay. So, Jason, you seriously think that if I watch JoJo and I see the fucking Zawordo scene and it makes me really pissed off and I go, you know what, I don't feel like watching anime anymore, and now I'm pissed off for the rest of the day, you're like, oh, but you're not allowed to include that in your judgment of the show. I know the show made you like pissed off for an entire day, but you're not allowed to consider that aspect of the show. Just take that out. You have to ignore that. You have to ignore your true feelings. You have to ignore that your entire day was ruined. You have to ignore that you get pissed off. You have to ignore all of that because I say so. And I want you to rate the show higher. So could you just ignore all that? Even though it's very real and an actual problem. I don't think random bullshit around the show should impact your view of the actual show. No, Eira anime reviews have like two speeds, angry and air. You can be pissed off, but that is on you, not the show. No, it's not. It's not on me. You know who it's on? It's on all the fucking fans that made the reference all the time. Which is the and that just affects it. Also, that's you, like, implying that also, you're implying objectivity exists, which, I mean, maybe you do think objectivity exists, but I don't, so that also colors this aspect. Do you think objectivity exists? Because if you do, then maybe I could see why you'd have that view a bit more. I don't know what objectivity has to do with it, because you're saying, like, oh, well, here's the thing, like, the show is what you viewing it is. It's the world that's wrong, not me vibes. No, I'm not saying that at all, either. I'm saying that fans being like annoying about a show can ruin the show. Like, that's all I'm saying. And also the directors being pieces of shit can ruin something. Even though I do believe in death of the author, but death of the author almost makes it more of a reason that you should dislike something because of things, because most people don't understand what death of the author actually means. But anyway, the reason that I'm saying subjectivity and objectivity has to do with it is that if you believe objectivity exists, you're like, oh, well, here's the show, and the show has objective things about it. But it doesn't really. A show is just the people that view it. Once a piece of art comes out and you view it and you have an interpretation about it, that is what that thing is. And so when you judge it, what the person is judging is their interpretation. When I say Pupa's shit, what I'm really saying is my viewing experience and my interpretation of Pupa is that it's shit, you know? Maybe someone else would like it, and that doesn't make them invalid, because there is no objective value to it. It's just art. It's just whatever the person viewing it gets from it. And so if I view something and my subjective opinion of it is reflected by the fact that it ruined my fucking day and I feel shitty every time I think about that episode or think about the show, then that's what the show is, because that's what I viewed it as. Because it's all subjective. It doesn't exist outside of how I viewed it, really. But if you believe objectivity exists, you're like, well, no, there's the show, and then there's your viewing experience of the show, which are different things. But they're not really. This is a difference in what is being considered as part of the anime experience. I mean, sure, it might give the show a bad image, but that doesn't mean the show, independent of all the other BS, is worse because of it. Eira is leaning towards anime as a shared experience, and Ring is leaning towards anime as the show. I'm just leaning towards, like, Yeah, I just think a show doesn't really exist outside of how you view it. So if I view something, and then something that happens on screen pisses me off, that means it pissed me off. It doesn't matter if the reason it pissed me off is because of something outside of the show. Like, Ray, isn't the fact that you're male, doesn't that affect how you judge shows? Doesn't the fact that you're in your early 20s affect how you rate shows? Don't your memories affect how you view shows? Doesn't the way you've lived your life change the way you view shows? Doesn't the computer or screen you view it on change how you view shows? Doesn't that affect how you watch the show? Doesn't the player you use change it? But those are outside factors, Ray. What do you mean, of course? They're outside factors. Why are you letting outside factors change how you view the show? You know, the show is the same if you watch it or if a female in her 50s watches it. Why are you letting these outside factors that aren't part of the show? That's on you, Jason. That's on you, Ray. That's on you that you judge a show just because you're a male. Seems we're getting a little lost in the weeds here. No, what I'm saying is it's the exact same thing. You just feel like it's different. But it's the same shit. It's the exact same thing. Me saying, oh, your view on the show is wrong because you're letting the fact that you're male affect it, is the same as you saying I'm wrong because I'm letting other fans' interpretation of the show affect my view of it. Yes, the way you think and the memories you have affect how you watch media. That's everything, though. And for you to say those specific ones don't count because they're negative, but the things that make you like it more do count, is disingenuous. You're stretching your argument in an attempt to make a point? No, I'm not. I genuinely think it's all the same. I'm just trying to separate my subjective experience of the show from my subjective experience of the show's image, fans, etc. Yeah, but I'm not saying, like, okay, if the show has a bad fan base, and you watch it and that doesn't affect your view, yeah, you shouldn't say anything negative about it. But if you find something in the show to be negative because of what the fans have turned it into, that you then had to experience before you experienced the show, and that's now coloring your experience of the show, I think that is valid. For instance, Undertale, okay? I played Undertale. When I played it, I already kinda had this suspicion that the fanbase was getting shitty, but it wasn't quite there yet. Well, it wasn't where it is now. But I still enjoyed the game, and there was nothing about the shitty fans that affected my experience with the game, so I enjoyed the game. But if, say, you know, someone saw a reference that they had seen a lot online, and it pissed them off in some way, I think that is valid to bring up. Obviously, I'm not going to go, Undertale's bad, you know, I have to dock some points because the fans are shitty. No, nothing about what the fans did made me like it less. But if they did, I did like it less, so I have to say I liked it less. I'm not just going to ignore those feelings. No point in arguing, all here is different in values. Everyone has made their points. Anything past here is repeating the same argument with different examples. Yeah, I just wanted to bring that up. Because I'm saying, like, I'm not judging a show off of its image or its fans. I'm just saying that if those fans or images change the way I view the show while watching it, then you can control your bias. No, but why would you want to... Okay, yeah. See, now we're just coming back to objectivity versus subjectivity. There's no bias because objectivity doesn't exist. The whole process of judging art is bias. If you get punched by a Muslim or something, it doesn't have to automatically make you racist. Yeah, but if you get punched by a Muslim, and so the next time you see a Muslim, it triggers you and reminds you of when you got punched, and that kind of freaks you out and makes you feel bad, that's valid. And if you don't want to go near that person because they remind you of a bad experience when you got punched in the face, that's fine. I'm not saying, yes, go full racism, but if you're like, well, I don't really want to associate with those people because it reminds me of this horrible experience I had, it's a trigger for me, then yeah, you should be like, well, alright, yeah, just don't engage with them then if it reminds you of that time you got beat. Because you realize there's a bias and coincidence of events. Valid and logical. It's a valid feeling, of course, but it exists. But it's not a reasonable one. I mean, yeah. But with again, that just comes back to objectivity and subjectivity. Is there a logical way to view art? Is it logical for me to not like Pompoko when most people do? There's no logical way to judge art. Can we not spend the next 20 minutes going? He keeps bringing up new points, and I don't understand how it changes anything about what I've said. We can still make logical statements in reality, so yeah, but judging art is like different. Also, if you want to get into reality, we can start talking about whose reality. You want fucking English SFX flashbacks? Control your desire to respond. Everybody shut up. Look, there's nothing logical about liking art, there's nothing logical about watching art, there's nothing logical about judging art. And so, I don't think it matters. I think this really just does come down to subjectivity versus objectivity. I think you believe objectivity is real, and I don't. That's all. I think that's really what it comes down to at its most basic fundamental level. That's what I'll say. Because I really do think the fact that I think objectivity doesn't exist is part of what colors that thought process. Everything that happens when you view a show is part of your experience with the show. Even if that includes getting pissed off of it because of outside factors. Yes, I'm not saying I don't believe objectivity doesn't exist when judging art. I'm saying objectivity doesn't exist, period. At all. In any sense. Do you get it now? Do you get it now? Does that help at all? Okay. This show, 3 stars, whatever. I actually can't remember what this show's called exactly. It has the word free in it, though, somewhere. I will give this maybe an E. It's not very good. Nope. Well, look, just in its most basic terms, everything that happens during the viewing experience, I think, is part of the rating. That's it. If something pisses you off, it pisses you off. It doesn't matter why you got pissed off about it. If you got pissed off by it, you got pissed off. Just like how if you think a show's bad, it doesn't matter what reason you have for thinking it's bad. If you watched it and you had a horrible experience while watching it, and you think it's bad, then it's bad for you. You don't need to, like, I don't know, for some reason say, oh, but what other people say doesn't color it, but the fact that I am my own person and different from every other person is valid as reasons that color my opinion, and these biases are fine, but these aren't. I don't know, it just seems like way too much. Yeah, now you're done? Good, because you're all over the place. It seems like a very complicated chart you need to keep track of what biases you are allowed to have and not allowed to have. Mine's simple. You're just allowed to have them. You should read Problems of Philosophy by Bertrand Russell. It'll help you work through these. What do you mean, help me? I have my opinion. It's settled. I was just trying to explain it to you, or also see why you think it's okay to feel the way you do and the way I don't think that the way you feel is valid. Or rather, is good. Or at least not what I feel. There aren't opinions in the nature of reality. Again, I already have my opinion. Yep. That is a shared opinion. Math is a shared opinion. Okay, I'm actually done. Okay. But math and physics are shared opinions, that's all. And the fact that you think that there is no opinions in the nature of reality is an opinion. It's something that you subjectively believe because objectivity doesn't exist. And now I'm done. I'm just saying, literally nothing you or anyone can say will change my opinion on subjectivity and objectivity because I don't believe it exists, so nothing can change it. It's like people who believe in Jesus, you know? You just can't convince them. It's a belief thing. I don't believe objectivity is real, so you saying, hey, here's proof of objectivity is just like, I'm just like, well, that's subjective. It's like that. Anyway. Real life. Real life is probably a C? Maybe a B? B. B? I'll give it a B. Yeah, it's alright. It's pretty good. Real life is pretty good. I feel like the early parts of it are a lot better than the later parts. As the show goes on, I just feel like some of the stuff it introduces and some of the little twists it has kind of make it worse in the long run. I definitely feel like the first... I can't remember how many episodes... It's like the start's good, and then there's the whole thing with the girl who thinks that her friend is, I don't know, she starts to get angry at her friend. That stuff's really good, but then once that little arc resolves, after that point I feel like the show just kind of loses some of its steam. It never really gets bad, but it just gets lesser than before. Yeah. It's kind of hard to explain. There's the chick who turns out to be a teacher. No, she turns out to be part of the system of, taking pills to look younger thing. And so that, I feel like that kind of makes her character worse. The fact that that's how it is. And so it's I don't know, did you do that for a twist? Is there actually a reason you did it? Because as far as I can tell, you just kind of ruined her character by doing that. And I don't like her nearly as much now. Yeah, I don't know. There's not too terribly much I remember about the show because I watched it all in one sitting a really long time ago. Isekai in disguise? It's kind of an isekai. It's I don't know. I mean, it's not... Look, you can't just call a fish out of water story an isekai in disguise. It's mainly just fish out of water, but also his body changes. I mean, he's been through the school system before, so it's not really another world. It's just I don't know. It's just that his body changes, so it's kind of an isekai in that way, but he goes from being an adult to being a teenager again, but yeah, I don't know. It's still the same world he knows, and it's still the same school system he went through. Actually, it probably isn't, because the Japanese school system got totally reformed at one point. Actually, how old is he? I don't know, it depends on his age. I think that was actually quite a while that they changed to relaxed schooling. It's just he randomly gets a chance to redo his life, lacking in half-naked waifus, but still. I mean, yeah, he gets a chance to redo his life, but it's still it's still his world. It's not like it's a fantasy world, it's not like there's elves or anything, it's not like there's a magic system. It's still the same school system and same country and all that he knows. It's just that he gets to redo it. That's the only similar part, really. Oh shit. Kanajo Kurishimasu. Rent a girlfriend. B. I know people hate this show. A lot of people really dislike this show. But I personally quite enjoy it. It's got good animation. And the girls are hot. The anime that I thought was that one era ago, but it wasn't. Yeah, I remember that. When I was doing the Mao seasonal thing, I got to this and you thought it was that Erage, and then it ended up being a big discussion. That's right. Yeah, I remember that. Also, are we doing Mahjong today or what? Maybe, but I never heard anything about plans to do Mahjong today. It was the first I've heard of it. If you wanted, you could have planned it, like, earlier. I don't know. Did you say anything in the Discord already, or? Yeah, no, there's nothing in tabletop. You know, you can plan things if you want them to happen, Ray. You don't have to wait for other people. That CG of girls holding out cash is burned into my mind. But yeah, Rent a Girlfriend's pretty good. Oh yeah, there are messages. That's right. I loaded through them. I scrolled through them to get rid of the notification. That's right. Four-man Mahjong when, boys? Okay. And you just pinned it, I guess. When? Man, didn't read close enough. No, I just didn't read it all. I meant to go back to it, but I forgot that that one was one of the ones that had a notification. I loaded like all the channels that had notifications and scrolled through all of them because I had to do something quickly, but and then I went back and read all of them, but I forgot that Tabletop had a notification in it, so I didn't check that one. I double checked to the others though. A bit further up, but yeah. Look at that Christmas outfit though. Yeah, I did see that. It's pretty cool. And by pretty cool, I mean really fucking hot. You gonna get? How you gonna get away with that? True. I mean, kinda, yeah. She's got the tail, and it's very cute. And I mean, it comes up kind of like a bunny suit, but it's still a dress as well. She's got the hood and antlers and a bunny ear. Damn. It's all going on. Yeah, nah. It's a really hot outfit, but... Ass. Yeah, it's a good ass. It's a nice one. Anyway, Rent a Girlfriend. I like it because the girls are really pretty, and they also are all voiced by really good voice actors. Like, talk about an all-star cast. The only problem is that the main guy isn't that great of a voice actor, but I think he does it well. He's not a great voice actor, like, on his own, but I think his performance here is really good for the character. And that's the thing. I feel like a lot of people dislike this simply because the protagonist is bad, and I mean, if that's why you dislike it, fine by me, but it doesn't really bother me that he's a worthless piece of shit. Don't get me wrong, like, I feel like a lot of people when they watch media have this problem of needing to either root for the protagonist, or they need to, like, relate to them, or project themselves onto him. But, yeah, I don't relate to him, I don't project onto him, and I don't root for him, but I don't see why that means I have to dislike the show. Yeah, those are just things I don't care about in media, but I feel like that's something a lot of people need, like that relatability, or that ability to project, because I feel people talk about that all the time as, like, positives, and so, I don't know, I think a lot of people just get hung up on that kind of point, and since he's a piece of shit that you don't want to root for, a lot of people are just like, well, what am I watching this for? But, I don't need any of that, so I can actually enjoy the show, and I can enjoy watching him be an idiot, because it's kind of funny that he's a total fuck-up, and, Yeah, and then there's also a bunch of cute hot girls, so, like, you know, what's not to enjoy? Gretzko, this is only the first season. I believe there's 3 seasons and a Christmas special. Wait, I've seen a Christmas special. The first one. I don't know if there's multiple Christmas specials. If there is, I've only seen the first one. So it's in the first season and 1 Christmas special. Probably a C, honestly. There are some good things about it, but honestly, I just found it kind of plain. It was enjoyable enough that I kept watching it, but there's a reason I never checked out the second season, which is just I don't know, I didn't really feel any desire to keep going. I felt like I had just seen it all, really. It's just, it's a little boring. I lacked a desire to go to a next episode when I finish one. Like I said, it's got some nice aspects for sure. Oh, okay. We're back. Went to 0 frames for a sec there. You know, there's some good aspects, but I just feel like it's not got enough going on to really keep me interested. It's not engaging enough, and so I just kind of glaze over and just get it done. It's not bad or anything, but it's not exactly boring. It's just, I don't know, just fails to grab me. But I don't know. C. I feel like the stuff I'm saying would imply a D, but think of what I'm explaining, but a bit better. It's a C. C. Whatever. Alright. Ride Your Wave. This is a Masaki Uasa movie for some fucking reason. It definitely doesn't feel anything like what he's made before, but it for some reason is Masaki Uasa, so whatever. It's not good. It's D for me. I mean, it's alright in some ways. Probably a high D, where it's like kind of close to C, but still a D, because it is below average in my opinion. It's just fine, you know, like a little below average, fine kind of thing. It just, yeah, it's kind of hard to explain, but like not a lot happens, but also not much, and the movie's just all over the place. I do think the ending was really nice. The ending in particular, like, really got me. I didn't see it coming, and then it happened, and it just, like, and it was very emotional and good. The emotional bit at the end really did actually get me. It almost got me to cry, but not quite. I think so that was really good. The early stuff is really good when they're, like, getting in a relationship and all that. But yeah, after, like, the whole, I don't know, once it gets weird with him, like, coming back as a, like, water ghost, it's, like, just weird, and it could be funny, but it's, like, not. It's just not enjoyable to watch. It's mainly just really weird. And then there's also, like, the ending in terms of, like, the climax of the film. So not the actual ending, but towards the end, when the action climax happens, it's just, like, fucking insane, impossible shit. It just made me sit there. Like, I watched it in cinemas, and I was just sitting there, like, really? It was a real eye roll kind of thing, where, like, maybe if I was really emotionally invested, I'd be like, oh, this is cool, but, like, I'm just kind of like, I can't get behind, like, the magic of this moment. I'm just sitting here thinking how, like, impossible and impractical it is. Nugware, thank you for the follow. Nugware. SAO better be at the top. Have I done SAO yet? I don't think I have. Where is it? What are we up to? We're almost up to S. We're at R, so yeah, there it is. In S. Also, Skure shouldn't be there. It should be somewhere else. Should it be there? I don't know. You know, okay, in top row, I guess we're kind of near it. Yeah. So Ride Your Wave, it's just weird, and Yeah, so the climax just didn't get to me. I think the very, very end, like right at the end, they have this big emotional moment. That's definitely the best part. The animation's good, but overall, it just kind of let me down, and so I had to put it in D because it just felt below average. It is good. I have seen all of it. Like the one entry counts for all seasons, and I've seen all seasons. I just haven't seen the movie. That's the only thing I haven't seen of it. But Rokubu, Lolly Basketball, one of the first anime I watched, and the first anime that became like my big like this is my favorite anime of all time until I think Haruhi came along. I think that was the first one to beat it. It was like my favorite anime. B. Look, Rokubu's actually pretty legit. It's filled with lolly fan service to the goddamn brim, which is, you know, whatever. But the basketball is actually super legit. It's actually really good for as a sports anime because the basketball games are actually seriously good. They have good emotional weight. People actually, you know, like have to be pulled out and swapped in, or people get injured, and there's like really, you know, tense moments, and there's training arcs and all that, and people like trying to get better. Like especially when Saki has the repeat of she has the ball, the buzzer just went, and she has to make the shot, and she's like in the exact same distance from the hoop she was last time that happened, and so it's happened twice. She has to get a buzzer beater, and she, you know, goes for it the second time, and it's just like this really big powerful moment. And there's a lot of stuff like that, like when Maho breaks her, she doesn't break it, she like sprains her ankle or something. I mean, it's good enough that she just rests for half the game and then she can go back out, so it's not that bad, but she does have to sit half the game out, and so that's also like a big thing. That's like a really powerful emotional moment. There's a lot of fan service which sometimes gets in the way, but I mean, it's not like I dislike it when it does happen. It's just a bit. It just gets a bit in the way. But I mean, it's good fan service at least. Rokubu is pretty legit. I feel like a lot of people disregard it. Hey Camp. I decided to have this be a separate entry from Eurocamp because it's like its own spin-off, and I could see it getting more seasons. Like Hey Camp getting seasons, while Eurocamp keeps being Eurocamp. I don't know. It's like a spin-off, so, and not a sequel, so I decided it counts as its own entry. A like I get that it's a short, but it's a really good short because it's based off Eurocamp, which is fucking amazing. Hey, Camp's really good. It's like it's a short. Each episode's only like 5 minutes, but you still got the great characters doing really great voice acting roles. You know, they're still all the same characters having really funny interactions, doing really nice stuff, and like the ending, the way that like it all came together at the end was like really cute and sweet. I was like, oh, that's nice. You know, it made me happy to see, and yeah, I don't know. I just think I think it was done really well. As a spin-off, it was a nice holdover between season 1 and 2. Obviously season 2 of Eurocamp starting soon. Hey Camp was, yeah, just a nice little short holdover thing while we had to wait. And I just really enjoyed it. I think it's really sweet and good. It has a really good ED as well. What's it called? Like sun shower or sunshine shower, something like that. It's really good ED. Oh god, roommate. This is one room, but not good. D, maybe as low as E. Nah, D, it's not that bad. Roommate is one room, but with 3 guys, and at first that was like a real poggers kind of thing, but then one room like kept being really good, and roommate isn't as good. First of all, it's all 3 of the guys in the one, like at the same time. It's not like broken up into 3 different arcs with each person. Hey Camp, for all the otakus who wanted to go camping after Eurocamp but didn't. Yeah. Me. Although, actually, I think I did go camping once between Eurocamp and now. I think. I don't know. I went to Phillip Island with my girlfriend and we camped. I can't remember if that was before or after Eurocamp. I think it was after. Pretty sure. Yeah, it was. Okay, I went camping once since Eurocamp. um, but yeah, no, Roommate is just one room, but not as good because, again, all three boys at the same time kind of makes it a mess. The directing isn't as good. The animation isn't as good. The lighting, the like use of lighting isn't as good. They don't do nearly as many interesting like frames and all that stuff. One room's like full of this like creative stuff and people just going like, "Hey, we have money, but only short episodes, so let's just go all out." None of that's there in Roommate. Roommate feels really vapid and empty. It's just like, I don't know. You could have also had Roommate be amazing, and maybe it could also have a second season by now, but I don't know. You just didn't give it the amount of care and polish you gave to friggin' One Room. The guy characters are alright. I like two of them, but it's just not there. It's just not as good as One Room. It doesn't have any of the stuff that makes One Room actually really cool. Oh shit, Rumbling Hearts. The visual novel for this. The visual novel for Rumbling Hearts just got announced for English, I believe, right? They just announced like maybe a few months ago. It's like kind of recently they announced the visual novel's getting an English translation, I believe. It's by the same company that made Muv-Luv. It's pretty good, probably a B. I'd say it's close to an A, but it just doesn't get to A. I'd say no. I think I'll keep it a B. I think B's appropriate for it. It's good, but yeah, it's definitely it's quite emotionally taxing, I'll say. Like, there's just so much shit that goes on and so much to like really think about. The blue haired chick's the fucking worst. I hate the way she handles the situation. There's a way she could have got everything she wanted, but I don't know, she decided to be an asshole about it, and she lost everything in the end for it. There's a lot of mistakes she makes that are just inexcusable. Main chick's, well, I don't know, is she main chick? I don't know. Redhead chick's really cute. I like her. Just a lot of heartbreaking moments. The sister character, I cannot remember the name of any of these fucking people. The sister character is also really good. I like her a lot as well. I think she probably has the best like arc, at least in the anime. There's a lot of annoying side characters though. The two like side characters at the cafe are not enjoyable at all. They don't do anything or add anything. I know they're there just because they also had routes in the visual novels, so you gotta have them show up. Just because if that's someone's favorite character, they're gonna be pissed if they're not in the anime. So they show up and they have like an episode or two where they do something useful to the plot, but for the most part they're just like very annoying and I don't like them very much at all. They're just like these side comedic relief characters and I just think they're really annoying and not funny. Main guy also can be a bit unlikable sometimes. He doesn't have much going for him. I also think his like the way he talks and he's in a monologue is just dry and it doesn't make the show very interesting whenever he's on screen. But yeah, I mean, overall, the emotional weight of situations, the bait and switch early on, and the sister and the main girl are both really good, and so those like factors add up enough that I do think it's a B. It's definitely above average. It's just that yeah, the main guy can't carry a scene on his own, and the side characters are super annoying. But yeah, even though the blue-haired chick's a bitch, I do think her arc is like interesting and good to have in like a show. But I just, yeah, it's good for drama, but I disagree with everything, almost everything she did, really. Oh god, the Ryujo's work is never done. This is just kind of a C. It's alright. It actually did have an arc that made me cry. It had a good emotional arc at one point. I mean, you watch the first episode and a lolly gets naked in it, and so you're like, oh, right, the videos. And you're like, oh, so it's like a lolly fan service show. But, isn't that just lolly shogi? Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, yeah, it's like that at first, but then there's actually a whole arc that's about this older woman who's, like, too old to become a professional at shogi. Like, she has, like, one last tournament, one last chance where she can get to this new rank, and if she doesn't make it to that rank in that tournament, if she doesn't win it and make it to that new rank, then she'll never be able to make it to that rank, because shogi has weird age time limits. The shogi's actually really good at it. Yeah, and that too. The shogi's actually legit. And so, like, that whole emotional arc with that girl is really good, and she ends up, I think she ends up not making it, and she cries, and I cried when watching it. And yeah, the shogi's actually super legit. There's a lot of shogi tournaments. There's a lot of, like, entire arcs of shoginess that don't even really feature the lolly that much. She just kind of becomes a side character sometimes when the show wants to, like, go deep on a tournament or go deep on the main guys' matches. But then there are also, you know, the fact that he's teaching these lollies how to play shogi, and the main girl's like a prodigy or something, I think. Yeah. And so it's, yeah, there's scenes where he, like, teaches free lolly shogi, and then they all fall asleep on top of him. And then his sister that's not blood related to him, so that she can have a crush on him, walks in and gets all upset because he's got all the lollies around him. And then she calls him a pedophile, but she actually likes him, and that's why they're not blood related. Not that it would help me because I don't know shogi. Yeah, I don't know shogi either, but I actually kind of enjoyed it. I feel like it's kind of like sake, where you can enjoy sake even if you don't know mahjong, but knowing it makes it, like, even better, possibly. Should have made Uchida Maya one of the lollies so I could have more awkward Uchida sibling voice roles. Uchida! Old Lady Uchi! Does she do sibling voice roles? I know she's the sister in Danganronpa. Is it a different? I thought that was the Maya one. Which one's this one then? I know that she's a different one now, but I'm trying to figure out why I recognize her name. Oh, okay. She's Shara, that's why. Is it literally just Shara? I guess Katarina maybe, but I don't think that would be why I know her name. Just fucking Mari from Yuri Yuri. Okay, yeah, it's literally just because she's Shara. Interesting. Everybody's favorite Brocon Siscon Seiyu sibling. Really? Well, alright then. I'll just take your word for it. Only roles I know her well for are ones where... oh, well, yeah, she's a little sister in Yuri Yuri, but... No, wait, she's not. She's a cousin. And even then, she's a cousin to a girl, and also it's not gay. So... Anyway, what was I talking about? Right, I finished talking about that. Okay, moving on to Saki. I spoiled where this was going in the Discord. S tier list spoilers in the Discord, guys. Yeah, Saki's fucking great. I love Saki. S tier all the way. This show just seriously fucking got me, man. All the characters are so good, like all the girls in the main team, of course, and then all the girls in all the, like, side teams as well are really good. Like, all the enemy teams are just full of, like, other good girls. Like, almost every girl in this fucking show could be best girl. That's how good the characters are. Like, grab any girl, put her in some normal show, okay, that's best girl there. But this show's full of them. All of them are best girl. All girls in the show are best girls. The Mahjong's really good, even though it's fucking impossible because everyone has superpowers, but that's what makes it fucking crazy. Especially when they start doing shonen battle-esque things, like countering other people's powers with your own powers as well as other people's powers. You know, using them to your advantage. Saki does some wild fucking plays. It's like, if you don't understand what everyone's powers is, it's like the move makes no sense. It only makes sense because she's manipulating other people's powers in order to help her own power also activate. It's a whole thing. The show's fucking nuts. But I love it. It's actually insane. Give us a third season, cowards. I need it. I need it. I love Saki too much. I seriously want more. I'll probably read the manga at this point because it's been like 6 years or something and there's no sequel. I think I think it was 2014 was season 2, so god damn it. I fucking love this show though. It's so good. Saki's fucking awesome. Go watch it. Even if you don't like Mahjong, I don't care. Go watch it. It's great. Here we have Sakura Trick, the lesbian show, the pinnacle of enlightenment. Probably just a C, yeah. I mean, it's cute. It is really cute, but it's mainly just watching girls kiss, which, I mean, yeah, I'm into that, but, as a show, it's pretty vapid. I've never rewatched it. I don't think I ever will rewatch it, because there's just not much reason to. I can get girls kissing all over the bloody internet. I don't need a show for that. But yeah, I mean, it's alright. The girls are cute. There's a few interesting little emotional bits. But for the most part, it's pretty plain. It's just really cute. If you like seeing cute stuff, if you like seeing girls kissing, that's there for you. My girlfriend also really liked it, so there's that. But she's just generally into girl love stories, so it's whatever. But yeah, there you go. Oh boy, Sakura Reset. Fucking A. Sakura Reset is like not good. I think it might actually be an E if I'm being honest. Maybe, I don't know though. I kind of like it, but like, I like it because it's garbage. I don't know, put it in E. It's like, I like fully think it is utter trash, but I love it anyway. So that's why it's kind of weird for me to think of where I should be placing it. A lot of people seem to like this show, and it's because the show is bad at explaining itself. So, like, there was a YouTuber I saw who said the show was bad, and then everyone in the comments was like, just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's bad. And I'm like, oh, I get it now. Because the show's so bad at explaining what's going on and explaining itself, everyone thinks it's some deep, complex show that, and just because they don't understand it, they're like, well, that must mean it's good. Look at all these complex things I don't get. No, the show's just really bad at explaining itself. What's going on is usually pretty simple, pretty basic, and if it was a show that was good at explaining itself, everyone would think it was incredibly mediocre. And then there's also a scene where a guy has his head explode so that he can then tell a girl to go back in time as a twist. And it's like, oh, you think he's dead, but we really just did that for literally there's literally no reason. Like, the fact that he did that doesn't actually make his plan good. Like, there's literally no reason to do that, because he tells the girl to go back in time by 3 days, and then she does. And so the only one who has memories of that is her. So, and I think he does as well, actually. But so there's no reason for him to do this dumb plan where he kills himself. The only reason he does it is because, oh, it turns out he secretly has earbuds in the girl's ear that then tell her to go back in time. And she won't activate her powers unless he tells her to, so you think, oh my god, he's dead. Now they can't go back in time. But oh, the earbud's in her ear. And it's like, oh, isn't that a twist? Aren't we a deep, crazy, interesting show? Ooh, you didn't see that one coming. Yeah, because it's exactly the same as if before he died, he just said, okay, let's go back in time. The only reason he died was so that you could trick the audience into thinking that that then they couldn't go back in time. But they can. So it's dumb. You just did it, and I guess you did it because dumb idiot teenagers that think they're edgy like blood and all that, and so they probably thought, oh my god, he had his head explode! Oh, it's so edgy and dark and cool. It's dumb. It's a dumb show. But I like it because it's fucking the worst. I like it for being the worst. It was a fun watch while it was airing because it just continued to be some real dumb shit. Here's Sakura So. This also was... No, this was never my favorite show because Nagi no Asu was at that time, but it was up there. Sakura So is really good. It's just a really solid romance. All the characters are really, fun and wacky, and they all have their thing that they're like a prodigy at, and seeing those things play out, and also just seeing them be them this comedy is really good. It's got good Matsuoka Kayano Genesis 2 S tier. Oh shit, it's another one. There's so fucking many. I didn't even know it was Matsuoka. Is it really? Well, I'll be damned, it is. Yeah, but Nanami is best girl, so, rip. That's why it's such a good pairing. Yeah. I know there's a lot because you always talk about it. Anyway, I see a lot of people. I've seen other people talk about it as well, actually, but... yeah. Sakura So is really good. A really just solid romance with good characters. I like that it, starts off as this comedy that's really funny, and then it slowly becomes this, drama where just everyone's sad and everyone's upset, and it still throws out a few good jokes because it has good comedic timing. It knows when to do a joke and when to be sad. But yeah, it's you see all these characters and they're wacky, and it's yeah, these are comedy characters. Look at them being silly, but then they all get deep emotionally sad and deal with relationships, and it's you feel it. You still feel it, even though they started out as these comedic people to you. It's just a really well-made show. It's really good. It does emotion, it does comedy, it does it all really well and good, and I love it. Nanami best girl though. I'd do unspeakable things to her. Got flamed by Japanese otakus because one of the dishes got changed to a Korean dish. Oh shit! What do you mean got changed? In the source material, it was a Japanese dish, and then they made it Korean in the anime? Is that what happened? Here we got Samurai Champloo. A tier for sure. Almost an S tier, honestly. Samurai Champloo is really good. This is another show I've seen quite a lot. I think all up I've seen it 4 times. And it's really, really good. I rewatched it earlier this year? As in 2020? Yeah, I think I rewatched it at some point in 2020. It's a pretty damn good show. I just really enjoy it. Obviously the directing's really good because it's Shinichiro Watanabe. The music's fucking killer. The fights are just really well done. Animation's off the fucking charts with this show. Characters are good and funny. There's just a whole lot of things to love about this. When I rewatched it in 2020, I had forgotten how good this show was. And then I rewatched it and I was like, oh, right. this shit's really good. This show's like really fantastic. Pretty much almost all the episodes are just great. There's never really a boring or dull moment. It's just it's either like constantly funny or like being emotionally strong. There's a lot of good emotional episodes, or it's like got good action going on. There's just a lot to love with Samurai Champloo, and I think it just executes on a lot of stuff really well. Like I said, close to S tier. It's just not quite there for me, but it's really good. Alright, here we go. So Sword Art Online. Nugware, I'm sorry if you're still here. Feel free to unfollow, but I have to put it in F. And there's a lot of reasons to explain why I have to put it in F. But the main reason is the second half of Season 1 and the most recent season, War of the Underworld Part 2. Those two in particular are so egregiously bad and offensive to me that I have to put it in F. It's not just that they're bad. They are, like, offensive, and they disgust me horribly. First half of the first show is alright. I think it starts off really strong, and then it gets a bit weaker as it goes. Especially with the Yui shit, that's just like, what? And then the ending is the biggest arsepool to end all arsepool. And then they, like, almost try to do a he's not really the bad guy monologue. And started, like, 5 Matsuoka ships. Really? God damn it. Why do people pair him with, like, everyone? Like, I get it's a harem, kind of. It's a harem where he actually is married, though, so it's weird. Well, he's not married. Well, he is married. He's married in the game, but not in real life, and then he gets engaged in the game, and at the point in the anime now, he's still just engaged, not married, I'm pretty sure. Anyway, but then, why? Why would you then go like, but all the voice actor ships as well? Let's do those. Matsuoka gets paired with, like, everyone. Well, that makes sense. He voices, like, every main character. So that adds up. I saw something. I couldn't remember what it was, because he's bad with women. That makes a lot of sense, actually. There was something I saw that was a bunch of, like, male voice actors, and they were talking about something, and they said, like, it was like, I can't remember what they were doing, but like Matsuoka like stepped up and then he said something really dramatic, and all the others around him were like, "Oh, you just sounded like a main character." And then one of the guys like went over and like calmed him down. And then they're like, "No, calm down. You have too many main character roles." And seeing him warm up to people is prime material. We all don't know Matsuoka's true waifu is Nobunaga. Alright. What about the 2 years have come? Look, Jassel, the 2 years have come. Don't come into this. Because they don't do that in the anime, so it's fine. And seeing it, also, Toast, with seeing him warm up to people is prime material. That's prime material for any, like, shipping stuff, seeing people warm up to each other. Heck, even just seeing friends, like, people who aren't friends warm up to each other as friends is prime material. That's just good shit, seeing that in media. But yeah, so then the second half of Season 1 happened and it was bad, and then they raped Asuna, which is why I find this show incredibly just offensive that they would do that. And this isn't even like a PC thing, it's just I genuinely find it offensive that they went there. Then you get Gun Gale Online, which is mostly garbage. Mother's Rosaria arc is alright, but Gun Gale is fucking trash. It's trash. Yeah, I wonder if Nugway is gonna unfollow. I think he did. Did I have 34 or 35 followers a second ago? I'm not sure. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. But yeah, Gun Gale's bad. Alicization was actually a step in the right direction, I feel. But then War of the Underworld was really bad, and then War of the Underworld Part 2 was even more bad. And War of the Underworld Part 2 just brought back all the bad things about SAO. Every bad writing choice the author ever makes, like, it seemed like he was stopping them. But then no, he brought them all fucking back in War of the Underworld 2. Everything bad that could happen happens. The show gets worse. It has all this new bad elements. There's so much shit that happens that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, for instance, right? Kirito goes into a coma at the end of Alicization. And then for War of the Underworld, he's in a coma the whole time. So then in War of the Underworld Part 2, halfway, not even halfway through, I think like in the last like maybe 4 episodes before the end or something, I can't remember how close it is to the end, but I think whatever the new season was had Kayano and Nobunaga as the supporting characters for Matsuoka. Oh, okay. Maybe? Let me check who you're talking about. Yeah, Kaino's Alice, who's the new chick from Alicization. And Nobunaga's Yujo, right, yeah. Dude, Kirito and Yujo, I actually really like their relationship in the Alicization part. He's dead now, though. Nobunaga's dead now, though, but, well, his character is. Yujo's dead. He turned into a sword, and then the sword got cut in half. But then his memories were still alive, and so part of his alive memories were used to bring Kirito out of his coma. To bring Kirito out of his coma, they attach Asuna's version of Kirito, Shinon's version of Kirito, and his sister's version of him. And then they're like, oh, but we still don't have enough, it's just incomplete. But then they find out Yujo, despite being dead, his memories are like still alive in the system, and so they take his memories of Kirito and put him in, and then that's enough to make him come back. They saw the Matsuoka shippers. That is the sole reason for the casting. If you say so. But yeah, War of the Underworld 2 is bad. It's really, really bad. Anyway, when Kirito comes out of his fucking coma, by putting all those people's memories together of him, he's just able to fly now, which doesn't make sense, because he couldn't do that when he went into a coma. Here's the thing, Season 3, the whole of Season 3 is him climbing this tower, and then when he gets stuck on the outside, he's like, oh, we're stuck on the outside, so I have to, like, stick swords into the wall, and we have to, like, climb up these swords, and it's super dangerous, we could totally die as we're climbing up this tower, that I can't fly up because I don't know how to use wind magic to fly. And even you, who is really good at wind magic, is really good at magic, isn't using wind magic to fly because that's not something anyone can do. That's not how the magic works in this world. And then he goes into a coma at the top of the tower, and then he comes out of his coma later, and one of the first things he does is fly. He just uses wind magic like on himself, and it somehow means he can fly. Why did no one else who knew magic fly? Why didn't he fly earlier when he had to climb up the fucking tower? Why did he climb up it from the inside where he had to do all these fights? It makes no sense. He went from knowing nothing to knowing everything, and the audience just kind of accepts it because time has passed. Because, like, oh, it's been like 7 months in the game, and it's been like, you know, like a bunch of time in real life as well that we've been waiting for the new seasons to come out. But that doesn't make sense. He's been in a coma all that time, so he couldn't grow or develop or change. But somehow he's just better now. He just instantly becomes better because the power escalation has changed, so they need to make him better. And he just becomes God again. But it's like, no, he was never this good. And Alicization was a good step forward because Kirito needed to relearn everything, and he didn't seem too OP. But then they just reverted it all. They're just like, oh, he's in a coma for a long time? That somehow makes him better. Like, what? He's now doing things people who have lived in that world their entire life and understand the magic system deeply. One of the best people in the fucking... One of the most powerful people in that world didn't even know how to do this shit. And he's just able to do it? It's like, what? The only way they could have made it more obvious is if they cast Ishikawa in one of the other roles. Granted, Ishikawa is more a best friend thing. Well, I mean, Yujo is a best friend thing in the show. He's not actually a harem member. They're just best buds. But yeah. Yujo's a great character, though. I like Yujo. It's a shame he died at the end of Alicization. He turned into a sword and then he died. It's very strange. But then that sword he turned into still exists as a smaller sword, and then Kirito uses it as his second sword. Yujo friendship. Fucking hell. God damn it. Yujo friendship. Alright, school days. School days is a C. It's fine. I know a lot of people hate it because the guy fucks everyone, but I feel like this is just the same as Rent a Girlfriend, where people are like, well, I wouldn't do that, and I don't want to root for him, so series bad. But, you're meant to hate him. The game was like, the visual novel's infamous for those bad endings, and so it was like, I felt like it was obvious the anime would like do one of those bad endings, because that's kind of what the game's known for. And so yeah, of course they're gonna do the ending where you fuck everyone and then get killed because you're being an asshole that sleeps with everyone. You're meant to hate him in it, because that's meant to be your punishment when you play the game if you decide to be... if you just decide you want to fuck everyone without caring about their feelings. It's a punishment when you're the player, and so in the context of the anime, you're meant to hate him for doing all these horrible things, and then him dying is the comeuppance. It's like in that rap Demolition D did. Someone please help, I'm drowning in bitches. Yeah, last guy with that problem was left gasping for stitches. And then he shows a clip of fucking School Days. Nice boat. Yep, it's a very nice boat. They're finally... the fucking boat. God damn it. But yeah, I don't know. I kind of like School Days. It's well made in most areas, and I think that the fact that it's the bad ending is like cool, and I'm glad they did one of the bad endings, honestly. Yeah. I like School Days. You know what? I like School Days. Put it in B. It deserves it. It had a nice boat. It was a really good boat. Yojo Senki, Saga of Tanya the Evil. A tier. It's really freaking good, guys. Like watching like this, like obviously, and the movie too. I've seen the movie, and the movie's also really good, so that's included here. Yeah, it's just really good watching this like war unfold, and there's all the different nations, and it's like these really nice, cool, huge battles with fucking mages flying in the sky and shit. Especially in the movie, the huge like defensive battle they have over that one city is fucking great. Everyone gets a moment to shine and everything. I especially love when that one guy fucking uses the blade of his gun to cut off a entire plane's fucking wing. It's like, Jesus Christ. We're 4 hours in, by the way. Oh shit, we are. It didn't take 2 hours, but also I got into a long rant about objectivity versus subjectivity. We're kind of close. Maybe 1.5 hours? Oh god. We're getting there. We're getting there, everyone. What time is it? Oh god, it's almost 6. You call that? Look, we'll get there. We'll get there. It's fine. Hopefully this stream, right guys? We'll get there. We'll get there. What was I talking about? Yojo Senki. It's great. Really good. I like watching the political intrigue of it. It does a lot of like that politics and intrigue stuff well, because obviously, you know, politics is always the catalyst for... It's gonna end up being over 10 hours altogether. Maybe... Yeah, well, I think it already is, isn't it? Didn't I go for 6 hours last time? Or did I go for 5? Either way, yeah, definitely, it'll be over 10, it'll be 10 hours all up, probably. 10 or more. Yeah, Yojo Senki's great. It's just really good. And also the animation's great. The voice acting's really good. The cast is really nice and well fleshed out as it goes. I like seeing the cast like slowly get expanded upon, because at first they're all just kind of nameless grunts, but then as time goes on you like learn their names and learn who they are, and they do a lot of really cool stuff. We're at 9 total. Okay, so it's 5 last time. Oh god. Yeah, it's gonna be 10 by the end, because this will probably take another hour and a half or so. We'll see. Maybe I can go first. 7 Deadly Sins. This is not factoring in Season 3, which I heard was really bad. Or technically Season 4, I don't know. Season 2 was like a thing with 3 episodes. It's not counting in the really bad season that nobody liked. I mean, it had some good moments apparently, but it also had a lot of issues. So not factoring that in, I can safely say this is a B tier. Pretty fun show. It starts off really bad, but once they actually start getting the cast together, it's really good. Mainly when Band joins is when I feel that it gets good. And then after that, everyone has pretty good emotional arcs. I feel like the second season is not as good as the first one. The first season is really good and has a nice, like, conclusion to it. So honestly, they could have ended it with the first season. Second season's a bit too much, like, redeeming every bad guy, having everyone be, like, put into groups, and, like, setting up this whole thing of, like, just, I don't know, just getting really obsessed with, like, the big cast. Like, the big cast was used really well in Season 1 because people only showed up when it made sense for them to show up. But in Season 2, it's just like, no, they're all here, they're all together. Look, it's everyone, it's everyone. Is your favorite character somewhere on frame, even though they're doing nothing and mean nothing? Great, that means you like us, right? Please give us a 10 on my anime list. It just feels like, I don't know. The second season has still has a lot of good parts about it, but it's also just, it gets a lot messy. And the backstory is also starting to get, like, out of control. And they're, like, adding all this extra shit in. They're like, oh, actually, you've known her this whole time, and actually you did this and this back in the day. And it's just like, come on, clearly this wasn't the case before. You're just adding it in now because you want all this extra, like, I don't know. I don't even know why. It doesn't, I don't think it adds anything to just add extra bullshit backstory. It's whatever. Second season has a lot of annoying stuff. But the first season's really good. And, I haven't seen the third season. But overall, the show's, I mean, it's enjoyable. It's definitely enjoyable all the way through. There's a show I dropped. I watched 2 episodes and I hated it so much and was offended so much by one of the main characters that I just dropped it. Not much more to say about that. I literally watched 2 episodes and I don't even remember that much. I just remember one character. It's very, just hated it so much I had to drop it. I never even really got to figure out what the main plot of the show was. I just watched it because it got added to Anime Lab and I thought it looked interesting. Shelter. Shelter's a big A tier. I know it's a music video, and having just cute little girl who goes through a sad moment, like, obviously, yeah, that's just bait to make you feel sad and cry, but it's sad, alright? It's a very sweet and emotional music video. The music's pretty good in it too, and yeah, look, I like Shelter, right? It's really cool. So that gets placed up high there. Remember when r/anime admins said that Shelter wasn't an anime because Crunchyroll commissioned it, even though it was made by A1 Pictures? Like, it was made by A1 Pictures. It's just that the singer's an English singer, and also the Crunchyroll paid for it to be made. Like, what? Crunchyroll also paid for Eurocamp to be made. They also paid for Space Patrol Luluke to be made. They paid for Place Further in the Universe to be made. They paid for Tonikawa to be made. They paid for God of High School and all this other shit to be made. You're really gonna say Crunchyroll doesn't count just because they're an American company that has a branch in Japan that is actually on the board of directors for a lot of anime, and they have a production company that helps fund anime being made? That doesn't make it not anime. It's still made entirely by Japanese people. Crunchyroll just funds anime and has a production studio. Just so that they can be like, hey, we paid for this to be made, so it's ours exclusively. That's what it means when it says Crunchyroll original. That doesn't mean they made it. It just means that they helped pay for the production of it. So it's just theirs, and it doesn't get to air on other streaming services. But they still let it air on TV in Japan because Crunchyroll doesn't really have isn't really well known in Japan in terms of like a place. People don't use it to watch anime in Japan. So it goes on TV in Japan, and I think Nico Video, but it doesn't go on. But yeah, that's all the Crunchyroll original means. Shield Hero is really good. Gonna check that in A tier. I really like Shield Hero. I watched it in 2020. And yeah, it was really good. I wasn't sure if I would like it much. I thought it would be like alright. I had read the first volume of the manga, and I enjoyed it enough, but I wasn't sure if it would like keep being good. But yeah, no, it keeps being good. Shield Hero is like really freaking great. I really enjoyed the whole season. It was just a lot of fun. The cast is really enjoyable, and like all the extra elements they start adding towards the end are super interesting. So I think going forward, season 2 and 3 are both going to be really good, because both seasons 2 and 3 got greenlit and commissioned like at the same time. So it's not just season 2 they confirmed, but season 3. I was like, whoa, they really got a lot of faith in this. Sure bitch, E, I guess. It's just a fan service fetish show, so I dropped it after a few episodes when I realized it wasn't going to be good as a comedy. Shugochara. I like Shugochara, but I think I have to check it in C. No, you know what? It can be at least a B. Shugochara is really good. It's a kid's show, and that does let it down sometimes, in terms of at least me finding it engaging. But it's really fun. The character designs are nice and super cute, and the stuff between her and the bad guy is like actually really interesting and nice, and I know a lot of people love it. I don't know, the main girl's just cute. I really like her. I really like a lot of the characters too. When they have like the graduation, and like the soccer guy and the other girl have to graduate, it actually does get quite emotional. I ended up dropping Shugochara after watching like half of it, because it's just, because it's a kid's show, there's a lot of episodic episodes that don't mean anything, and there's also just a lot of like time wasted, and so sometimes I would watch it and not really enjoy an episode. But like on the whole, I do like the show. I just wish it didn't waste so much time. If it was maybe half the length and focused more on the plot stuff, I think it could have been really good. And so I mean, it's in B just because it's really good in a lot of ways. Fun characters, good emotional beats, and nice design. It's got a really good aesthetic. It just wastes too much time, which stops it from being like an A, honestly. But yeah, I mean, I would like to go back and watch it. I want to watch it. Like, I want to see all the extra stuff. It's just I don't know. Sometimes it's just hard to sit through it. So I don't know. Maybe I will resume it at some point and actually get it done. I do want to see more of it. It's just, I don't know. And the OP is really good. The Shugochara OP is like one of the best OPs out there. I want to listen to it now. Yeah. Oh hey, another thing I watched really recently. I got this done in like December, but I think I started it in October or November. So this is, yeah, no, I started it in November, like late November, and finished it in December. So this is really recent. Slimy Sky. That day I got reincarnated as a slime. This is another A tier, because this show's really fucking good. Mostly. It has a few down moments, which is like what keeps it out of S. But, yeah, there's a lot of good stuff in Slime Isekai. Like, watching Rimuru just, like, take this small village of just a few shitty-ass goblins, and the way he, like, names them and makes them better, and then he starts building up this town, and he gets more people and other races to join him. And I really like the aspect of, like, naming them, and then also the aspect of, like, this town that's just growing and slowly becoming, like, just basically Tokyo. It's really good. I really love it. Like, this whole, like, just town expansion, basically family unit expansion is, like, just really good. I really like it. You know, I keep saying how much I like big casts. The cast in this is freaking huge and constantly expanding. And so, that's all positives for me. And I just really like it. The characters are really good. And the character designs are really nice, and like when it gets into the battle stuff, when there's like some big enemy to take down, or there's just like some war going on, it's like not nearly as interesting. It's just like, oh, yeah, I guess get back to the character stuff, get back to the expanding the town stuff. Like that's the stuff I'm really there for. So like new characters, or expanding the world, new like naming, like just there's a bunch of cool stuff that's just really sick in Slimy Sky, and I really like seeing it. I can't wait for the second season, which starts soon. There's a lot of sequels this season. there's a lot. I've said a lot, like I can't wait for the next season, which starts soon. There's like so many fucking seasons next season. So many fucking sequels, sorry, next season. It's the season of sequels. It's actually crazy. Look, I'm gonna fucking prove it too. So we have new Attack on Titan, new Promised Neverland, new Doctor Stone, new Quintessential Quintuplets, new ReZero, new Slimy Sky, new Beastars, new Log Horizon, new Cells at Work, new Seven Deadly Sins, new Eurocamp, new, where is it? Non-Biori, new World Trigger, new, well, that's a Bungo Stray Dogs spin-off, but still, new Pretty Derby, new, where is it? There's more, yep, Yotogama-chan gets a new season, there's a new Strike Witches show, there's a new show by Rock Show, there is also, right, a new Wicross. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. So many fucking sequels and, like, just continuations or spin-offs of older series. It's actually nuts. This year? Bro, that's one season. That's a quarter of the year, and it's sequels. I mean, the amount of anime coming out is probably just the same as most given years, because, like, that's just what happens. Roughly the same amount of anime comes out every season. But, it's the fact how many, like, sequels specifically are coming out. There's still plenty of stuff that isn't sequels, but there's a lot of fucking sequels compared to most seasons. Which, you know, obviously sequels drum up a more hype than, like, originals do, unless they're based off a big property. Space Patrol Luluco is pretty good. I would put it in B, I guess. Yeah, Space Patrol Luluco is really fun. I like the way it ends with her becoming the Trigger Girl. And I just think it's a really fun, wacky comedy. The way they, like, go around all these different Trigger worlds. And the fact that it's short honestly makes it better, because it's just so fast-paced and funny, and just it goes for it, and it just keeps going, and it's consistently really fucking funny, and yeah, I really like it. I also think it has good emotional moments towards the end. Also, the ED for it is really good. It's got a really good ED. Spirited Away. This is the other S tier Ghibli movie. Spirited Away is... Let's put it next to there. Let's put it next to Lapia. There we go. Spirited Away is really fucking good. I love it. Like, what can I say? I fucking love Spirited Away. It's a really good Ghibli movie. I mean, I don't think I need to explain why it's so great. Everyone who's seen it talks about how great it is. I have a friend who hates the fact that I'm super into anime, and he really doesn't like anime. But Spirited Away is still one of his favorite movies of all time. Even though he doesn't like anime. He's like, He always says that to me. He's like I say, don't like I bring it up that he hates that I watch anime, and then he's like, nah, it's whatever. He's more okay with it now. He used to really hate it though. He's like, the guy who made Spirited Away is a fucking genius. So it's like the one thing he's okay with. I think he also may have seen Attack on Titan. I'm not sure. I think he had a mixed feelings about it though. Steins Gate. Steins Gate is also a big fat S tier. It's a fucking great show. It's, yeah, I mean, what can I say? I think, again, Steins Gate's just another super iconic, good show. Like, it's one of the biggest in terms of, like, when you say a good show, people say Steins Gate. Steins Gate's really, really fucking good. I love its pacing, I love its story, I love its characters, and I just love everything it does. All of it. Like, even the early stuff's really good. I like that, like, it's all about accidentally making this thing and then trying to figure out how it works. And then once it works, it, like, just becomes this thriller that just fucking goes. And, like, shit... Like, when shit hits the fan, all of it hits the fan. Every single molecule of shit hits that fucking fan. And it's all over. Everything fucking goes wrong. It's really, really, really damn good. Seriously, watch Steins Gate if you haven't. This is another one where I feel like I don't need to spend too much time on it because I feel like everyone knows how good Steins Gate is. Oh shit. What was this called? I can't remember what this one was called. Oh no. That's the second time I've forgotten an anime's name. Shit, I can't remember what it's called, but I do know what it is. It's the one where the girls make the game. It's like New Game, except it's not professionals working in the field. It's a bunch of high school girls who are in a, like, game making club at their high school, and so they make games, and then they go to Comiket and they sell the games they make as, like, indie devs. It's really good. It's very cute. It's like a good cute girl show. It's not as good as New Game, obviously. I mean, it's not good as any of the cute girl shows that are in A or S, for that matter. But, like, if you're a fan of cute girl shows the way I am, it's still definitely a good watch. It's nice, like a Yashike, very calming. There's this great side character whose, like, whole thing is that she wants to join the club, but she's, like, too embarrassed to say she wants to join the club. So instead, she tries to get them to ask her to join. But they never do, because she goes like, oh, she acts so soon, and then they're like, oh, you don't want to do it? Okay, bye. And then she's like, no ways. Fucking idiots, just too shy. But yeah, the main character's really funny. Her whole thing is that she can only draw, like, grizzled old men, and she thinks that that's, like, really hot. And so when they try to get her to draw, like, cute girls or more normal looking guys, it's like a real challenge for her. And her whole thing is getting good at drawing anything other than, like, old grizzled men. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, all the characters in it are really great. It's really fun to watch. Yeah, just a solidly decent, cute girl show. Oh shit, Strike Witches! So last time I did this I had only seen Strike Witches. Since then I have now seen Brave Witches as well. And I need to get on Strike Witches Season 2. And Season 3 just came out, Road to Berlin. That just happened. I think C tier is where Strike Witches belongs. It's got a lot of good stuff going for it. Well, it's mainly Brave Witches that made it better. Strike Witches didn't really have much going for it, actually, except for the fact that the girls were hot and didn't wear pants. But Brave Witches, I feel like, expands on the lore a lot. They add the eyes that the girls can have, and they also add all the, like, magic-specific abilities that people can have. They added different types of neuron enemies. Instead of them all being the same, there's different ones that can do different things. And there's also, like, air and land-based ones, not just air ones. They also added the fact that land witches exist. We don't see any of them and we still haven't seen much of them. They show up a little bit in one of the mangas, but that's like it. As far as the World Witches series is concerned as a whole, we still don't know much about Land Witches, but they do get mentioned in Brave Witches, so we know they exist now. There's just a lot of stuff that Brave Witches did to help expand the lore in the world and set it up so that it can actually be more interesting. Strike Witches really didn't have much to go from once it was done, and Brave Witches makes sense as like it was a good way to add all these extra elements that can now make the show more interesting, make the engagements and fights with the enemy more interesting, and just really like help to develop the series so that it can become a long-running series that is actually really interesting. And plus Brave Witches, like, you know, showed the fact that there are other units of witches, and we are willing to show them and develop the characters within them, so they can do it to a bunch of different ones now. And also Strike Witches just got a mobile game, which makes so much sense, because, yeah, of course it would, with so many fucking characters. But yeah, Brave Witches made Strike Witches better, but it's still C tier because it still isn't quite enough to make it constantly engaging. There are many times where, when I was watching Brave Witches, I found it hard to watch more than 1 or 2 episodes in a sitting. Like, I'd watch one episode, and then I'd be watching another, and then I'd eventually pause it, and I'd go off and do something else for a few hours, because it's not engaging me enough. And so, 1 episode at a time, I can do. 2, I would sometimes do. I think I even did 3 once. But usually I found it very hard to watch more than 1 episode per sitting. And that's a problem. Heck, it can even be epic at sometimes. It has good emotional moments, and it even has some moments where it's like really epic and good and dramatic, and I'm like, holy shit, this is cool, but it just doesn't do it enough to keep it engaging. I've heard that Strike Witches' 2nd season is the best part of Strike Witches, so hopefully when I get around to doing that, it'll actually be really good, and that's where they finally like nail it. But yeah, so far it's getting better with me having seen Brave Witches, but it's still not quite there. So I don't know. When I do the tier list next year, maybe I'll report back if I've seen Strike Witches season 2 by then, and we'll see where it is then. But for now, it has to stick on C. Summer Wars is a pretty good movie. Low A. I want to specify low because I don't think it's bad enough to be in B, but I do think, I don't know, I feel like it could either be a high B or a low A, but I just feel like low A is more accepting. Again, I'm not ranking everything within the lists. Like, these aren't horizontally ranked. Reminder. But I do just sometimes specify if it's high or low within the tier for a specific reason. Summer Wars, yeah, low A, I'd say. If there was more tiers, it could, like, go in between these two, kinda. Yeah, Summer Wars is great. It's a really good movie. It takes, I don't know, it's just a good movie. I really like all the characters in it. The, like, big cast is pretty fun. The main guy is actually quite enjoyable, despite the fact that he kinda is the reason everything goes to shit. Yeah, there's just a lot of cool, good stuff to enjoy about Summer Wars. I think it's a really fun movie, it has a really nice, like, emotional core to it, and nice themes about, like, family and stuff. I really appreciate the grandma character in it. She's, like, the coolest. Yeah, it's a great movie. Go watch it. Summer Wars, really nice. I need to rewatch it at some point. Here is Super HX Arrows. This is another one, toast. Another, like, Matsuoka and whoever, what's her name? The K name. She's the childhood friend. No, childhood friend is not voiced by the other chick, but the other chick is also here. Super HX Zeros is pretty bad. It's just a fan service show, that's all it is. I dropped it, after I think like 4 episodes. I started watching it because I thought it would actually be kind of fun and silly, but it just ended up being mostly boring, and the fan service was a little bit too much. And usually it wasn't even that great either, so yeah, I just kind of dropped it. It starts out alright because it's got a bit of emotional core with the childhood friend chick. I think their relationship is good. But then it, like, just has, like, an entire episode where they don't even focus on that, and I realize, oh, this is not their priority, because focusing on them would actually be telling a good story, and so that's when I just kind of dropped it, because I just really couldn't bring myself to complete it. There was just too much episodes left, and I just wasn't enjoying it. Next we have Skill Teaser Takagi-san. This is, ooh, would it be S? It's just shy of S. I'd say it's a A tier. It's really good though, high A tier for sure. Takagi-san is just fucking great. Takagi-san is a great character. I fucking love her. She's voiced by best girl Takahashi Ray, and also she has a really cute big forehead, and she's a babe, and and I really like the main character as well. What's it? Natsuoka? Is that his name? I can't fucking... What's his name? It starts with N, and it's like long. Nishikata. There it is. Yeah, Nishikata's great. A lot of the side characters are also really great. I think they have pretty fun side gags, especially in the second season. The second season really helped expand the like side cast and characterize them. Like, there's quite a few of them that have got really good characters, and it's kind of interesting, like, them thinking what they think or what they know, and like all the different levels of what people know about, like, Takagi and Nishikata, or what they think about their relationship. There's like a lot of different people thinking different things, and so then watching the side characters interact with each other can also become super interesting, because they either think or know different things about it, and so then they talk about it and it becomes interesting, and so you don't need the main characters in every scene to make it good. And yeah, I don't know, the show just keeps getting better. I hope there's a third season, because the second one was really good, and I really enjoyed it. Next, Talentless Nana. There's a new one. It just finished airing recently. It's an S tier for me. I fucking loved it. Talentless Nana is great. Hang on a sec. I need to do something. TierList just doesn't really capture the feeling of Muno. Well, sure, Muno no Nana, then, is, really good. The Japanese title is weird because you end up saying na 3 times because it's Muno na Nana. And so then it made me keep accidentally saying TierList na 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 when I tried to said the English title. Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, I just had to go say what pizza I wanted, and it's gonna arrive soon, so I don't know if we're actually gonna finish. I think, once again, we might not make it. 2 streams might not even be enough. Who knew? But it's fine. If we have to leave, then the next stream will be like, we'll finish this up at the start, and then obviously that won't be enough for a full stream, so then we'll go over to, like, Katawa Shoujo, because tomorrow's Monday, so we'll finish the tier list and do Katawa Shoujo tomorrow if we don't get it done in time. I really doubt, because there's still 2 rows. Yeah, there's no way we're getting this done in, like, the 20 minutes it takes for pizza to arrive. So yeah, Talentless Nana is really, really, really freaking good. It's kind of like School Live, where, like, the first episode is a really generic version of a different genre, and it's really shitty version, and you almost want to stop watching, but then, oh, you get to the end of the first episode, and it reveals its true hand. It's actually something completely different, and it's really gripping. That, like, end few minutes of the first episode really, like, hook you in as, like, oh, shit. And then it just keeps going, and it's really, really good, and then it, like, introduces the emotional core between Nana and Michiru, which, man, that, like, it just kept getting me, man. It kept getting me, because, like, first, like, they have the very early stages of their relationship, and I'm like, oh, she's cute, I don't want to have to see her die. And then later, like, you see their relationship is, like, going back and forth, and it's like, maybe Michiru is gonna stop trusting Nana, maybe Nana's gonna have to kill her, and there's all this stuff, and you're like, no, why can't they just be friends? I just want them to be happy friends together, they're so cute together. And then they do, they finally, but there's, like, multiple episodes of, like, this back and forth teasing it out, and it's, like, really tense, because I keep getting worried it's all gonna fall apart. But then no, they do become friends, and they finally accept each other as friends, and they're all sweet, and they take selfies together, and they eat together, and they play games together, and they give each other gifts, and it's so sweet. And then the fucking disaster strikes. Nana's about to die, but she did it to save Michiru, so it's okay. But then Michiru gives up her life in order to use all her healing power on Nana, and it's like, no, and me, nah. That last episode made me cry. I actually had this show listed as my second best show of the season. But then the last episode came out, and I'm like, man, that pays off, like, everything this entire season was building up to. Show of the season. It's so fucking good. In retrospect, it was actually always show of the season for me, but I just didn't really think about it much until it was actually done, because I usually don't try to think about that stuff until I'm done with the show. But yeah, holy shit. Talentless Nana is so fucking good, guys. I don't even care that, like, I'm on a time limit. This show's so good. It's so damn good. I fucking love it. What a great show. I hope it gets a second season. It seriously deserves it. If not, I probably will read the manga. I don't know. This one will be pretty quick to break me in terms of reading the manga, just because I don't think a second season is likely. At least with Chiyafuru, since it had a second season, that made me be like, oh yeah, they're willing to do sequels, so it should get a third eventually. But with this, I don't know. It might not get one, which scares me, because I love it so much. Such a good show. One of my new old-time favorites. Here we got Tatami Galaxy. I like Tatami Galaxy. It's pretty good. Put it in A tier. It's great. Yeah. I don't know. It's kind of hard to talk about why Tatami Galaxy is so great, but it's really fun and interesting. Obviously, it's really fast-paced, despite having normal episode lengths. And it's like a Groundhog Day thing, where, like, every episode you see the same thing happening, but it's like a new possible version of what could have happened. I don't believe anyone knows they're in the loop, except I think there's some actually that do know that they're in a loop. I can't remember. It's been a while. But it's a really, really, really good show. I don't know. It's kind of hard to explain why it's so good. It's just a lot of, yeah. I don't know. I also just have, I have a affinity for shows set in college. I like shows set in college more than high school. Just as a setting, I think it's really good. Golden Time is also set in uni, and I like it for that. Have you got Take You? Just to see. It's funny, like, it's definitely a good comedy, and it's very fast, but it just doesn't have much else going for it. It's a very fast-paced comedy. All the episodes are super short. I've only seen the first season, so this can only be factoring in the first season, which is funny, but it's also just, yeah, there's not much to go off. Maybe once I've seen all, like, 8 seasons, or however fucking many there are, I'll like it more. But at the moment, it's just kind of, yeah, it's funny gags, but that's all it is. It's just funny gags and nothing else. The characters aren't memorable yet. There's no real anything else going on except the comedy. Like, when you look at something like Nichijou, it's amazing animation, really memorable characters, this huge cast that's very interesting in how it's all interlinked and connected, this great, like, and, like, yeah, and then the comedy on top of that is, like, really, really good. And so it's got a lot, and it's also got, like, good emotional moments, and characters go through, like, arcs and all that great stuff. And so that's interesting, and the world changes. And Take You is just funny gags. So it's funny, but so far it's just C for me. Take You is the meme. Yeah, it's pretty meme-worthy. I think if you actually add up all of Take You's seasons, like how long Take You exists, it now has enough content to be, I think, a 2-core show. I think it has enough content now to be it's got like 8 seasons, but all of them are really, the episodes are short, but it's just got so many that I think it has enough content to be a normal 2-core show now. Which is kind of funny. But yeah, there's a lot of seasons of Take You. I've only seen the first one though. I just watched it in one sitting, and I was like, yeah, that was pretty fun, but I don't know, I don't really feel like watching the second season now. And I just still haven't ever got around to continuing it. Play the Take You ads at the end of the gay porn Smash Brothers Let's Play for bonus meme points. What? Take You ads at the end of the gay porn Smash Brothers Let's Play for bonus... What the hell is that? Is this some elaborate meme I've never heard of? Was there a gay porn Smash Brothers Let's Play that had Take You ads? Here's God of War C. The animation in God of War is really good, and the characters are pretty enjoyable, and I also think the action is really nice at certain points. It ends up suffering because it's way too fast-paced. Early on, it's actually good. It's good that it's fast-paced early on, when it's just like the tournament, because it's like, yeah, we're here for this, let's just go through this tournament, let's do it. Doing Let's Play using only gay porn voice clips is a thing, although usually it's gay porn plus other internet meme things. Okay, so it's like gachi. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. But yeah, God of High School's, like, it's good early on that it's so fast, but then once it leaves the tournament and it starts getting into, like, this, like, you know, it gets taken to the other world, and, like, Soul gets destroyed, and, like, all this crazy shit starts going down. Like, once it starts getting like that, it's definitely a negative that it's going too fast, because it doesn't really take time to explain itself. And also, it just starts to skip over all these characters' arcs. They just kind of get introduced and happen. Before, it would at least spend, like, an episode developing someone or giving them a backstory, you know? Here, it just... Now, it just blazes past them because, I don't know, I guess they had an endpoint in mind. And it's weird because someone, like... I heard someone like saying like they've read the web novel and it's like, well, the web comic, and it's not that fast in the web comic. Like this is apparently like 100, like they cover like over 100 chapters in this 12 episode series apparently, and I'm like, damn, that's great. Like early on, it's like I enjoy the fast pace. Some people complained about it, but I liked it early on. But once they leave the tournament, it just doesn't work anymore to be that fucking fast. It's just insane. It's all over the fucking place. I still liked many aspects about it even after that, but I do think it would have been helped if it just slowed the fuck down for a bit and actually took the time to explain things and what's going on and explore the new characters and all that, instead of just like the main villain guy we barely learn anything about, and then he's just the main villain all of a sudden. It's crazy. That's what came after Gachi? Oh, okay. Tokyo magnitude 8.0. I think a B. It's pretty good. It's kind of interesting to see. It's like, you know, early on you get that spectacle of like the whole 8.0 earthquake, and then it's like dealing with all the fallout and the emotional stuff, and also a brother and sister trying to get back to their family, and because they're far away from their family when the earthquake happens, and obviously because it's a huge 8.0 earthquake, like all the telephone towers are down and everything as well, so it's just this huge thing to try and get back to their family, and they meet people along the way, and it's this great story, and it's like an emotional one as well. And then towards the end, it you know, there's a big twist towards the end that I honestly didn't see coming at first. It's like you don't see it coming, but then eventually you get like just an episode before the twist kind of happens, it like hints at it a bit too much, I feel like, which kind of gives it away. Because I did see it coming then. I was like, oh, I see what's going on. And then later they revealed it, and I'm like, yeah, you already gave it away a bit too much. I know, like, foreshadowing, but I feel like they gave, I don't know, it kind of ruined it that they gave it away. I feel like they could have done more subtle foreshadowing than what they did. But whatever. It's still good. It's just, yeah, it's a good show. Very sad and emotional. My girlfriend actually liked it a lot more than me. I think I remember her saying she thinks like everyone should watch it, and I was like, yeah, I mean it's good, but is that good? Everyone should watch it, really? I don't know. Maybe it's just a Japanese perspective because it's about an earthquake. I don't know. Here is Yesterday for You. This is not very good. I don't like it much at all. It's a Ghibli movie that's really boring. It has some good elements, like the play that happens is nice. But apart from that, it just really bored me to tears. I don't even remember that much of what really happened in it because I was so bored by it. I was just really fucking bored by it. Like I said, it has some good elements, so it's better than Pompoko because it's not as boring. And it also has at least likable characters, and it's still animated nice. I do actually kind of appreciate its style, which is then also aspects that put it above Grave of the Fireflies. By the way, all three of these are directed by the same guy, so after having seen these three movies, you can see why I kind of just went, oh, so the only good thing about Studio Ghibli is Miyazaki, since these three movies by this other guy are all not what I'm into at all. They're all quite, yeah, too boring, and one just fucking horrendous. Anyway, next is Tonari no Seki-kun. B, I feel. This is a really good comedy. I believe the episodes are shorts in this as well. But it also got double the airtime it was originally gonna have. I don't know, it was like originally gonna be 12 episodes, but then it got like good reception, and so they like did 24 or something like that. And so it ends up having as much content as a 12 episode series would have, which is good because it's really good. It's really funny. I love just seeing the like wacky inventions this guy comes up with and these ways he kills time. And I mean, the real great part about it is the way that the chick's name, I can't remember the chick's name, but she's voiced by Kan Hanazawa. Her like just over the top reactions are just the fucking best. And her just getting distracted by all this stuff. It's just a really fun, sweet show. I really enjoyed it quite a lot. Honestly, I wish it got a second season, but maybe I'll just have to read the manga. I'm pretty sure it's just a simple 4-coma. Yeah, it's nice. It's a sweet comedy. If you like sweet comedies, it's pretty short, so it's not much of a commitment. And I think it's one of the better like short comedies out there. It had a really good ED too. Right. Middle Management Blues. Tonegawa. I think I'm willing to give this a B as well. Yeah. Tonegawa Middle Management Blues is pretty good. It's obviously a spin-off of Kaiji. But I believe it's made by different people. It's not made by a different studio in terms of the anime, but I believe the manga is written by a different guy. But yeah, it's a pretty good spin-off. Tonegawa's made a lot better by this, although they kind of ruined the fear of the president through it, which is unfortunate, but I mean, I like seeing Tonegawa get more fleshed out. I also like the way that he has, like the way his like the group that he leads evolves, because like they all start out as just like looking the exact same. They got like the same hair, the same like glasses, and the same suit. But then over time, like some of them change their hair up, or some of them like wear something about their suit differently, or they have some different aspect about them, or they wear different glasses. And so like over time you actually do learn some of their names, and you start to like differentiate them. And I like that in the OP, like when their design changes in the show, then it changes in the OP as well. And so then there's that scene that like has all of the men in suit on it, and it looks really generic at the start. But then as the show goes on, it's like, oh, different ones. And then at one point, like a guy gets fired and gets replaced by a girl, and so now there's one that's a girl instead of them all being guys. And it's just it's like I like seeing that like evolution of the group becoming more, like each member becoming more independent, becoming more of their own person. Via Tonegawa actually being a really good middle manager. And also you learn a lot of extra background stuff about like the main story and events that happened there. Like you see the background of them and stuff, and how they were developed in this. It's pretty good. I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. It's really good. Not A tier worthy, but pretty good. Next we have Totoro. Totoro is fine, honestly. I think I'll chuck it in C. I watched it once, never rewatched it because, I don't know, it just kind of bores me. It's better than Porco Rosso, but I still don't think it's B-worthy. It's just kind of flat. Maybe it's B. I guess it can fit in B. It's just kind of flat though. It's a little boring. I know a lot of people really love it, and I like kind of get it, but it's just not for me. So yeah, I mean, I still enjoy it enough. The animation's still really good and everything, but I feel like it just doesn't have enough substance for me. So yeah, kind of just has to linger in B, unfortunately. Sorry if there's any big Totoro fans. Oh right. Oh, what's this show called? Fuck, I can't remember what it's called. Which is a shame because I really like it. Oops. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. Not E. Accidentally clicked my middle mouse. A tier. A tier. It's a Kyoani show. It's really good. Oh, Sarun. That's right. It's called Sarun. Yeah, it's really good. I really like it. I think it has a really strong, it's just a really strong emotional show. Like it's just got plenty of emotional arcs. Like everything that happens is very emotionally charged. It's a lot of emotional drama, dealing with a bunch of different stuff. Friendships both falling apart and reforming, and I think it really spoke to me. It probably spoke to me more than it would most people, just because of what was going on in my life at the time that I watched it. I was going through a lot of the same shit that the characters in this show go through, and so it really spoke to me, and it really made me feel just this deep connection, and it made me really upset really easily. I cried during and after most episodes, which crushed me, and it made me think about the problems that were happening in my real life, which like is bad in a way because it definitely didn't make me feel happy, but at the same in the same way, it just like it had a really big effect on me, and so media having a big effect on me is something I prefer. I'd rather get like upset and reflective because media is having a big impact on me instead of it just being like an enjoyable piece of fiction, you know. And I know that means I know I didn't put it in S tier, but like you don't understand the kind of effect shit like this at like this stuff really just gets to me on another level. Sarutan's good, but it doesn't have much of the other stuff. What am I thinking of? What's the fucking word? I can't remember. Look, the point is, Sarutan's really good. And it really spoke to me at the time that I watched it. It probably wouldn't speak to me as much if I watched it like now, because of like I'm in just such a different place now. It probably wouldn't hit me as hard, but I still would really enjoy it. Like thinking back on it, I'd still definitely enjoy it. It just wouldn't affect me to the same level as it did when I first watched it. Alright, we're almost down to the final row. I'm just going to do Eurocamp real quick. I've kind of already talked about why I like Eurocamp with Higher Camp, so I'll put it in S. It's just a lot of good characters, a really good Yashike, one of the better cute girl shows out there, maybe third or fourth best cute girl show ever made. It's really good. I love Eurocamp. Yeah, it's just a really good Yashike, really calming, really beautiful. The music, all of it's just comfy, fucking central, and I love it. Watch Eurocamp, seriously, it's the best. Here we have Wicrossos. Wicrossos, as I like to call it. I know it's Wicross. I know it's pronounced Wicross. I just like to call it Wicrossos because the cross is meant to be cross, but then there's still os after the cross. Whatever. Wicrossos is probably a C. It just has too many ass pulls. I think the first season is really good. Like, I really, really loved the first season. The second season is also really good, except for the ending. This is probably the only problem, because that's when it starts to get ass pully. Then, the fucking other series, like, Infector, instead of Selector. Infector's got some good aspects. I really like the characters in it, and I really like the way they change the mechanics of the game. But I think the ending, once again, we get to the ending. The ending isn't great, and then like you get to the most recent season, and it's like an all-star season, which again has a lot of really cool elements, and I kind of like the new villain, but like again it just gets to ass pool central. It just gets to the end, and the rules of the game and the way the game works get completely disregarded, because it's no longer about actually doing the game. It's about you've made the enemy so insurmountable and so powerful that the only way to win is like bullshit, just unlock new power out of nowhere, and that wins because we say so. And that's kind of what happens at the end of every season. It's just like, oh, random power up now, because we've made the enemy too powerful. Like, it's literally impossible to beat him. So we've written ourselves into a corner, so we just bullshit our way out of it. And it happens every time. But each time it happens, it strains a little more. And each time it happens, it's a little more bullshit, because the enemies keep getting more powerful. And so each time, it's just getting a little worse. I do wonder what's going to happen with the new Wicross, because it's more of like an idle thing, but I don't know, man. First 2 seasons of Wicross were really good. I never watched the movie. The last 2 seasons were, in some ways, good still, in some ways, in a lot of ways, worse. I keep meaning to rewatch the first 2 seasons, but they're not on Crunchyroll anymore, so I don't know. I'll find a way to watch the first 2 seasons again. I really want to rewatch them and then redo my review, because I completely disagree with a lot of what I said in my review. There's one point I still super agree with, but I rated the show way too harshly. Maybe it was just that the second season was good. Maybe the first season is still bad. I don't know. My memories make it better than I said in the review, so who knows if that's just bad memories or if I would like it more. Neighbors the Yamada. I'm doing this because it's fast. F. It's boring. I don't like it at all. It's very boring. It has like one funny moment. That's it. Moving on. UQ Holders. Probably a D. It's a spin-off of... No, it's a continuation of... Naigi? No. Negima. That's what it is. It's a continuation of that. It's... fine. It's not really good. It starts off really good. The first few episodes are alright, and I think some of the characters are quite enjoyable. And when it started building up to its tournament arc, I was really interested, because I was like, hey, this looks like it's going to be a really good tournament arc, and it's, I don't know, it's looking like it's going to be really good. And then it just arsepool doesn't do the tournament arc, and has a bunch of other random arsepool stuff come out, and like magical powers, and speaking with the dead and ancestors, and just all this extra random crap happened out of nowhere. I've heard the manga's better than the anime, so I don't know, maybe I'll check it out one day, but UQ Holders was like my favorite anime from the season it was airing in at first, and then it just ended up really disappointing me overall, because it just didn't do anything. Wandering with You, I'll give an A. For those of you wondering, I feel that... No, Wandering with You? Weathering with You. Weathering with You is my favorite. Masaki Yuas... No. What's his name? Oh, what's that guy's name? What's the director's name? Makoto Shinkai, that's it. Yeah, that's my favorite, Weathering with You is my favorite Makoto Shinkai film. I know most people prefer Your Name, but I thought Your Name was kind of a disappointment, and Weathering with You is definitely... I like it a lot more, and I think it's his best work thus far. Speaking of Your Name, here it is. It's fine. C tier, really. It has beautiful animation. I guess B. I can give it a B. It has beautiful animation. It's alright in some ways. I can understand why a lot of people like it. But I just don't think it's as good as everyone says. And I'm glad that recently your silent voiceover took it on the Mao rankings. Because it's a way better film. Yeah, Your Name is just kind of meh. It's got a lot of stuff that bothers me, a lot of plot holes, a lot of shit just doesn't get explained. The story's pretty much impossible if you take just even a few seconds to think about it, which is kind of unfortunate because I like to think about media. And so if you spend a few seconds thinking about it and the whole thing breaks, it's like, okay, so this whole thing just is like, it just can't happen or work at all. Like, none of it functions. It's just a... But apparently that doesn't seem to bother most people, so whatever. But yeah, it really bothered me. So it's good, but I just think it's a casually like, yeah, it's a good movie. That's about it. I don't think it's anything special like everyone makes it out to be. It definitely shouldn't have been. It's still the most highest grossing anime film of all time, which it shouldn't have been. Honestly, it was all the right timing. Like it does have a lot of stuff likable about it, but it also just like happened to be in the right place at the right time, really. Yeah. Like, I mean, that's a lot of anything that comes out. It comes down to being in the right place at the right time. Like that the Demon Slayer movie, the new Demon Slayer movie. It's making bank in Japan, but it's like, well, yeah, that's a combination of people just being let out for COVID, and it's like, people are kind of hankering to see a movie, and this one's in cinemas, and it's from a popular anime, so it ends up making way more money than it would under a normal situation. And I think has it beat Spirited Away yet? It has beat it. It beat Spirited Away. Shit. Yeah. No, Demon Slayer is the highest when I say that, I'm saying the highest grossing anime film across the world. Demon Slayer is not even out in nearly as many countries. Like, yeah, obviously in Japan, Demon Slayer is now #1 and Spirited Away was #1 before it, but I'm talking about across the whole world, anime films, which used to also still be Spirited Away, but Your Name did beat it in terms of worldwide box office. In Japan, it didn't beat it, and it took Demon Slayer to beat it, but worldwide, it was Your Name did pass it, because it was also in a lot of countries. It was in, like, there are many countries that don't get many anime films, but they got Your Name, because it was just really big. So, yeah. Like, if I go highest grossing... But yeah, that's crazy that it beat Spirited Away, the Demon Slayer movie. Goddamn. It should be, yeah, Your Name, because the worldwide was 358 million. And then, yeah, Spirited Away was 355 million. Very close, actually. Only like not even like a 3 million difference. Jeez. What do you mean, look at the global ranking? Like right now? Literally third, even though it's Japan. Yeah, it's doing really well. A lot of fucking people are seeing it in Japan. It was also like, when the weekend it came out, it was like the highest grossing like film that like week or something, even though it was only in Japan. It's doing crazy numbers, dude. Like, everyone in Japan's fucking going to see it, because cinemas finally reopened in Japan, and it's like Demon Slayer's still this huge anime. It was the first time, like, the manga last year was the first manga to beat One Piece since One Piece started. Like, the manga outsold One Piece for that year. It probably won't do it again, because it was everyone who saw the anime buying all the back issues, which helped to boost it in all its volumes, instead of just like the latest ones being more successful than One Piece. But yeah, it did that, and the anime was super popular, and then fucking the movie came out just as people are wanting to go out and see movies again. So it did it. It's crazy. They really became the benefit of good timing with that. It wouldn't have done nearly as well if there had never been coronavirus and it just came out when it was originally meant to. It would have done well, but it wouldn't have done nearly this well. Alright. Usagi Drop. It's pretty good. Obviously the manga doesn't factor in. B. Just a very cute, nice show. I love Usagi Drop. It's very nice, very pure, very sweet. It's just this is feel good. I watch it, I feel happy, I feel good. It's very cute. Really not much else to say. It's just a cute show. Isaka-chan wants to hang out, just to see. It's fine. I actually like some aspects about it. I like the way that, like, almost there's multiple episodes that feel like they could be the last episode. In terms of the amount of progress made, because romance anime are so slow that, like, when they make good progress in an episode, I'm like, oh, is this the end? Because usually progress like this is the end of a season. And it's not, because they do it multiple times. And it's like, yeah, no, that's a good progress. And I feel like their relationship is fairly realistic, even though it is somewhat mean-spirited often. Vivid Bot Operation. The started out really promising, ended up being kind of shit. It's just really flat and generic. But hey, the person who made it really likes butts, because there's a lot of butt shots. The butts are very defined. Yeah, I don't know. Started out promising, ended up just kind of becoming boring and generic, and it's not, I don't know, it doesn't work as a cute girl show super well, and it also just doesn't work as anything. Majo no Tabi Tabi, wondering which Journey of Elena is pretty good. I think a B. It's almost worthy of an A, but I think for now, B. I almost want to move Rokubu up. I feel like it's more fitting of A. You know what? Fuck it. It is. It's an A. Whatever I think is the truth, because it's my list. Yeah, no, Majo no Tabi Tabi is also something from this season that just finished airing. It's really good. I really like it. It's got like a identity crisis with the way it just flips between the themes of different episodes. Like, some episodes will be incredibly dark, and then it's like the next episode will be like silly hijinks, and then the next episode will be like action focused, and then the next one will be like a horror, and then the next episode will be like, and it's like all over the place, but it works so well because it's about a witch traveling through this crazy fantasy world. And so, obviously, with each new place she goes to, it could be completely different from somewhere else she's been. And she's going to have this wide array of different experiences. Heck, she even time travels at one point, which is fucking nuts. That episode's fucking insane. Where they time travel to take time travels to, like, save a childhood best friend, and then it ends up... Oh, it's so fucking brutal. And then there's also, like, the slave girl that finds out what true happiness is, and then she realizes she will never feel true happiness, so she kills herself. Yeah. Anyway. Great show. The final episode is insanely wacky. The dark stuff hits like a truck, and the wacky stuff can be quite funny and nice, and also there's gay girls, and they're really cute. Saya's adorable. I love her, and I love how gay she is. Especially when she switches body with Elena, and she's just staring in the window all day, just like rubbing her face up against the window. Fucking hilarious. So I've just been informed that the pizza's here. So, rip. 1, 2, 3, 5. 5, guys. We had 5 left. We were so close. You'll have to wait till tomorrow to find out about the Yujo friendship, Yu-Gi-Oh! GX, this, like, 1 episode OVA about gay girls, Yuri, and, Terran Resonance. Although I've also seen people say it's called Terra in Tokyo. 5 left. Yep, 5 left. We didn't get it all done this stream. It's been over 5 hours of this stream, so yeah, it took like a little over 10 hours. All up, I guess that's like probably what, like maybe 11 hours all up. If you add the minutes, probably after we do the next part as well. The unranked 5. No, they'll get ranked tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll do this right at the start, just for a little bit. tomorrow. You know, just do this at the start, and then we'll go into Katawa Shoujo, because we haven't done that in ages, but it will be Monday, so... Gotta take 1 hour for each anime. I mean, I probably couldn't do that. I could definitely take an hour talking about Yuri Yuri and Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe GX if I really tried, but I could not talk about this for an hour. And I certainly couldn't talk about Terra and Resonance for an hour. Free 5-hour ranking streams. Yeah, no, it's not that bad yet. Maybe next year. Maybe next year. I watched like 70 anime this year, so if I pull off that kind of numbers again, would that be enough to add 5 hours? Probably. Granted, some of them were sequels, but yeah. Or there were things like Haikyuu where I watched all seasons in 1 year, and so it only adds 1 entry for like 4 things. I don't know if that's actually saving it, but that's what I pressed last time, and then it saved. So, it ended up being saved, so now we just depart. I'll see you guys all next time. Tomorrow with Katawa Shoujo and finishing the goddamn ranking list. Thank you to Nugware for following. I now have 34 followers. Getting fairly close to 50. Alright. Stay swell, stay frosty. See you all another time. Which should hopefully be tomorrow. Unless it's too hot and I die.